This conference will now be recorded.
I want to welcome you all, and feel free, there's no pressure. You can laugh at the joke if it sounds funny. But we want to welcome you to our Board of Commissioners 5-year strategic plan, our retreat. It's a pleasure to have you all out this morning. Joining us, we have special guests. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our partners here at Virginia Union for so graciously accommodating us. Look at this room. It's a blessing to have partners in the community who are aligned with your mission and your goals, and they share their resources so that you can continue to work in that effort. And I want to start out by thanking our nation's first African American governor, L. Douglas Wilder. And while just the name rings bells and it speaks of legacy, I think for me as a resident and a product of Richmond, Virginia, I think the thing that impresses me the most or lasts in my mind is he's a change person. He brought forth so much change to not only the community here locally, but nationally. And our work here at the Richmond Redevelopment and Housing Authority should resemble the type of change that we believe is necessary for our families and those that we serve in the community. So again, thank you, sir, for being here this morning. I'd also be remiss if I did not make mention, as I have so graciously thanked our partners, Virginia Union, for allowing us to be here today. Their leader, past leader of 30 years, former chair, Dr. Franklin Spencer Royal, passed away this week. And some of our guests will step out to go be with the family to pay homage to his legacy. But a lot of the things that we take for granted here at Virginia Union came as a result of some of his tireless effort and work that he did as chairperson. And so we recognize him today. Along those same lines, in the United States, we call this Black History Month, although we know that African Americans have a stark history here in the United States of America. And every month, every day, all of the work that we do should be applauded. But as we look toward this particular month, I would also be remiss if I did not recognize Mr. Garfield Childs, who was the first African American chairperson of the Richmond Redevelopment and Housing Authority. So what we have here today is acknowledgement, and in our presence, a lot of change agents, a lot of people who work tirelessly in our community to see better results and to see that the future continues to speak for or speak to those who are underserved and represented. Now, I'm not going to bore you with a lot of history, but I thought that those items that I just brought forth were definitely worthy of acknowledgement. And so if you will, let's give a round of applause again to Legacy. Well, we've got a packed day today. And if you don't know by now, there's food over here, there are beverages. Thank you to the staff at Richmond Redevelopment and Housing Authority. Thank you to the tireless efforts of our leader, our CEO, Stephen Naismith. Thank you to the legal minds who continue to help us see light in darkness. Thank you to Tag and Associates for flying in, not on a screen, but flying in to be with us here in person today. Thank you for men and women who are standing to serve us today in the community to ensure that there's safety and that our ideas, our thoughts, and our questions go forth undisturbed. So I'm not going to take a lot more of your time, but to my colleagues who are here and those who are on the way, those of us who are joining by virtual presence today, we have very meaningful purpose today. Our purpose is to chart out our future, to take inventory of what we have and how we plan to utilize it, again, for those that we serve. Thank you, and I apologize. As I look around the table, thank you, Ms. Sharon Ebert. Thank you to our future partners, the City of Richmond, for being here. I look forward to your comments this morning. You are on the agenda. We cherish this opportunity to partner and walk alongside one another. So again, as we go back and we look at our purpose for being here today, I challenge each of us to open your minds, to put away any thoughts that you may have had about whatever they may be, but to look at the information that's going to be presented to us today, to come to a oneness and bring your questions, but most of all, bring your progressive ideas as to how we move forward. And again, I know for a fact that the staff has put forth a lot of time and preparation for what we're going to be presented today. It's a lot of data. We've got a lot of property that we own. We've got a lot of great things happening under our roof. So let's push up our sleeves. Let's go to work. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. What a blessed day it is, despite the fact that it is cold outside. For us all here together, and we are rejoicing in it. I have the distinct pleasure to introduce former Governor Wilder. And before I say a couple of things about his resume, I want to say when I first met him. I met him when he was not governor, but when he was mayor. At the time, I was a lawyer lobbyist in Washington, D.C. at some big global firm, and I was attending the U.S. Conference of Mayors. And those of you who don't know, when at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, they shuttle the mayors from event to event. This particular occasion, I got on one of the buses, and there was only like 2 seats left. And I saw then, I didn't see him as mayor, I saw him as governor. I felt intimidated. So I was going to go to the seat on the right, and literally, governor, but then mayor, motioned his hand and said, come, sit next to me. I was intimidated. I don't know, it's a big firm. This is only, I sat down with you. I'll never forget the one thing you said. You know, people come to graduation speeches, and you never remember what the keynote speakers at graduation say to you, but you said something that fundamentally stayed with me, Governor Wilder, and you said, I didn't remember everything you said, but you said, in giving me an advice, never be afraid to be different. Never be afraid to be different as you're going along in your journey. And having grown up in public housing, and people have said all kinds of things, grown up in welfare, people have said a lot of things about me during my journey. And I said, I'm going to do what you said, never be afraid to be different on my journey. Sir, I want to say that when you came in as mayor of Richmond, you came in and you wanted to create and did create change. You weren't worried about being reelected. You said, I'm going to create change. And what we've tried to do in the last year, we've been imperfect. In the last 3 years, we've really been about taking the mantle that you started to change and start to change things. We're not there yet, but we're going to continue to try to do that, sir. And I just want to say that, as Chair said, you made history. I remember that day. You were elected as the first African-American governor in this nation's history. That was amazing. It was amazing. It was in the former capital of the Confederacy, my friend. Not that you were just the first elected governor, I say, the former capital of the Confederacy. I know some great stories that a good friend of yours, who's a good friend of mine, an advisor, Lori Lafayette. And when you smile when you hear that name, she's told me some great stories of how she learned things from you. But what was also important was just not that you made history. When you were governor, Virginia was ranked as I want to get a clap on this, as the best ranked managed state in the United States twice by the Financial World magazine. Can we give it that? And what you were focused on, the magazine stated, you were focused on sound fiscal management and ability to balance a budget during tough economic times. People forget sometimes that you were the first Black elected state senator from Virginia, first Black person to win statewide office in Virginia, and as lieutenant governor. But I want to say something before I close out and bring on, sir. My son went to West Point, and you, sir, were awarded the Bronze Star service in the Korean War. And I say to you, thank you for your service. As you come on now and to give us some words of this.
Now, the Lord, this mic about 6 inches. Tall guy in front of me. And that's usually my case. It's good to be here. At my age, it's good to be anywhere. And so people say, how are you doing? I said, I woke up. What do you mean? I said, you'll find out. Well, I thank you so much, Steve, for your fine introduction, and I do recall you during that period of time, and I see many friends and audience, former law partners, people who carried the work, did most of the work in the office, but I did some of it. But it's good to see, it's good to be back here, Virginia Union. As you pointed out, I wouldn't be here but for Virginia Union. And there, again, is one of the reasons I'm so pleased to see what you're doing and being a part of it to some degree. Housing. So essential to life. So essential to upbringing, it's so essential to everything else. And we had legislature, we created the Virginia Housing Development Authority. And we kept it going. When it was established, they edited that now trades on Wall Street to what we're doing economically. Housing is so essential. You know, the people whose housing front door was the alley. Back door too. People didn't have too many things. Very much of nothing. And yet there were some people who had belief, thought that they could make it, they should make it. And when we put this Housing Development Authority together, Aldano's team chatted for years. And we needed to look at certain things like the condominium. conversion. How do you do that? Before we put that commission together, all someone had to do is say, well, this apartment building is gonna be converted. Hold on. Either you're gonna buy something in here or you're out. No, we're gonna change that. And obviously, Northern Virginia area had a head start on anything as it relates to conversion. Landlord-tenant relations. We established that and made certain that people adhered to it. People had rights and they had opportunities to be heard. And many of you, I know those of you, particularly in the Richmond area, are aware and know of contributions of many people who served in the projects, as we call them. City of Richmond was taken by Chesterfield, annexation, and literally taken. You know that man Chesterfield was dominantly conservative. The larger area of it, or put that with the parts of the West End that people were not living. You know what happened there? It was taken. And let's put a stop to it. Tenant and the Creighton Court, Curtis Holmes, who I knew. He went well. As a matter of fact, I located a campaign office with a reference. So at his place, Holt case, is that the case? You wouldn't be here. And the capacities that you serve today were not for that case, and yet he didn't have the support of those who should have been there for him. And who were those people? I don't have to call them. They were not there. As you know the whole story, we fought the day, brave brothers. You were not there. So life always has been that way, always will be that way. In Churchill, and also recognizing how big it was, a deal in terms of the Creighton Court. And as Frank Roth's name was mentioned earlier today, and I remember something he told me early on. He said this man comes to him on a regular basis and said, Doc, I gotta get some more. Oh, you gotta get more of that prescription. He said, yeah, but I've given you some. Why are you, what seems to be your problem? I gotta go back in there today. Go back where? Home. He lived in Creighton Court. My office was 31st and Peace, and I was not that far from Creighton Court. And I knew the people there. I represented several of them in court. And yet landlord-tenant relationships. And who were some of those strong supporters? Alma Barlow. And if you may know, have heard of, she was a stalwart. And she kept her stick in the ground whenever one wanted to talk about what was going on and what was right or what was wrong. She was there. The thing that is so important to me is that we need to make people understand at all levels that whatever is possible can be done. And we can do it. You never get there as far as success is concerned. You always should be still trying to get there. There's no end in the road to it. There's no such thing. We got it, we never have it made. And voting for people sometimes is not the end of it either. Because people that you vote for don't represent you. It's your job to do what? Vote them out. Get them out. And it doesn't matter what that is. Steve's introduced me by saying how much he appreciated my having been elected. But my election came because of the people. I was not too high, but I was endorsed by the main political organization, People of Color in Richmond. I was endorsed on a Thursday, but they didn't let it be known until Sunday to be released in the churches. The election was Tuesday. I couldn't wait for them. And I did my own thing. It took me, for instance, kinds of activities that I was interested in. Landlord tenant, yes. The first thing that said, well, you know, I think we should, I can't see why we don't have a holiday for Dr. King. If we're going to adhere to that dream. You know how many years it took me to get it done? I get it passed. And the Senate and the House would kill it. I get it passed in the Senate and the House, the governor would veto it. We had 2 gubernatorial vetoes of the King bill in Virginia. You don't want to forget that. And I think, oh, we are Dr. King. Yes, we had to fight like hell. I had cross burning on my own. Somebody said, well, what are you going to do? You need protection? I said, no, let me go ahead and look at this wood. I said, oh, this is some very good wood. They had to pay some money for this wood. Let them burn some more. Let them spend some more money. But I know you have to be encouraged by what you see in terms of what you've got and what can be done. But we all are discouraged by those who are supposed to represent us, and they don't. We get caught up with the president and his tirades and the things that he does and does not do. My thing is, then you put your people there to correct it. Put what you need in the Congress, put what you need in the House, put what you need in the president's office. He's representative of the people. Demand what's right, criticize what's wrong, and listen to the people. And that's why I wanted to be here this morning and chat with you this afternoon, because you represent the people. You know where the rubber hits the road. You know who feels that they are neglected and not there. That's why when you carry your words back to your various localities, to those who say they speak for you, make certain that they do just that. There's only one senator in the legislature when I was in the state senate, only one black senator. People said I never would get elected, which I did. So I'd never get anything passed, which I did. I came to chair committees and got to the point where I chaired the committees that appointed people to committees. And kept going. I said, well, you know what? I might run for lieutenant governor. Oh, you can't make it, that's fine. But what did I do? I went to the people. I said, I'm going to take off 6 weeks and travel the state of Virginia. I lived in Richmond all my life, but I had known Virginia. I didn't know Virginia at all. I went to Roanoke. I thought that was Southwest. It's the beginning of the Southwest. But I said, when I do this, I'm not going to stay in hotels or motels. I'm only going to stay in homes for the people that I know or meet. The few staff I carried with me said, you can stay in motels and hotels if you choose. Obviously, where I was going, the many people of color never lived to the extent of having neighborhoods or having known residences there. And so the media, when I said I was going out there, they said, well, that's really the last we see of him. He has no idea where he's going. Out there, those people ain't seen nobody like him. So I did go. I never encountered one person who refused to shake my hand. I saw one person who denied me entrance to the place. And I learned so much on that trip that it endeared me to know that we still have lots to do. I hear, as you hear on a regular basis, people complaining now about certain antics of whomever in the White House today, and not even former day. Don't complain about it, do something. What do you think about? I think you can do something. Oh, you can't do anything at that level, but politics is local. The decisions that are made in Washington might affect you, but the decisions that are made in Richmond do. And you need to make certain that you are a part of that fabric. Where they're making decisions about something, you want your representatives there. Because there's nowhere that anyone is speaking about anything that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness doesn't involve housing, doesn't involve a place to live, doesn't involve food and where you can eat, and more importantly, education. And so I would insist that you continue as you're doing, and making certain also that where you need more assistance, where you need more collaboration with the federal government, demand that. Make certain that those people who are appointed to that extent are really working with you. And I know, Steve, you'll do that. Don't just say you're going to do it, send the money. And when you send the money, don't put strings attached to it. That we are at this level, we know where it should be spent. We know what should be done, and we know the follow. That's what we do. We're not made. Now, I was, as you said, speaking of Frank Royal, and I'm going to leave here and go to his services. I had established my office in Churchill, as I said earlier. And called me, he had just finished the head of medical school. He said, you know, you got your office in Churchill, the only black lawyer. I said, quite frankly, I'm the only lawyer. Board of Churchill. He said, well, you know, what do you think? Do you think I should? Would I be really getting a good rapport with people and clients if I opened my office in Churchill? I said, you would never regret it. And he's spoken to others about that vision and has said it on so many. We need to go where the need is. And to the extent that what you've done relative to improving housing and improving the lives of those people who live there. See, it's more important, not just housing, but the lives of the people who are there, how they are affected, what they need to do and what they need to stress. And never rest until good is better, better, best. I know those of you here personally, some of you. I know you wouldn't be here unless you saw that need. Don't stop. And don't believe served enough time. That you getting too old. I don't think I am. And I'll be 96 next birthday that I have. I look forward to having several more. But as I leave here today, going to the funeral, I will carry those expressions as well in terms of Frank Royal's commitment to what we do here in terms of housing, what you do in terms of housing. Be the model as Virginia and Richmond was the model housing in this state. Some people forget that. I used to have to tell the people in Norfolk we were ahead of you. And then they all started following. But God bless you. Don't stop doing what you're doing. And demand what's right. Criticize what's wrong. God bless all of you.
He's still moving. Look good. Do you want juice or anything? Or you good? I got my tea. I got tea this morning. So we can get them. This is what I do. Louis not here. Golden not here. He said, "I'll tell you later." 8 o'clock too early on Saturday. When they knew, when they Family boy.
All right, hopefully everyone has had an opportunity to grab a beverage of their choice. More breakfast refreshments have been placed out, some fruit for the energy. Remember, we've got a long day ahead of us. We will proceed with our CEO. I know that Commissioner Lewis will be joining us soon. He had something happen this morning, but he's on his way. I had the pleasure of introducing someone who I sat with for 2 years in cabinet meetings and got to know her. Did not know her, but as Providence would have it, she and I sat next to each other for 2 years in cabinet meetings. I got to tell you, didn't know anything about Sharon Eber, but if you all know her resume, economic development, housing, but when I got to learn about Sharon, she was, as lawyers would say, she was open about so many different things. And so it is not a surprise that Mayor Vula said, I want you in that position. It's not a surprise that Mayor Vula made her acting CEO for a while. It's not a surprise. Sharon's depth of knowledge is enormous. She used to crack me up because she really likes to push a needle, and she would say, not a lot of people agree with the county. She would, really say things like that. That's what's good, right? I mean, I think in our new partnership, we're going to have always willing. She's going to be with us and making sure that both of us are pushing the needle and thinking outside of what we've been traditionally doing. I know that the good news in terms of the partnership, separate from me, having gotten to know her so well in 2 years, we have members on our team. I know Mike Kelly, you and Sharon, every time you come in town, first thing you want to do, break bread with Sharon. And all that, is it white or gray hair you have? You do it because you're trying to get some knowledge from Sharon so you can come back and tell me. I'm like, where'd you get that from? You must be talking to Sharon. So when we were having this, talking about the chair and the vice chair about the specifics of this retreat, I went to the chair and I told the chair, we got to bring Sharon Eber. He said, I think that's a good call. Sharon, come up and share some of your wisdom, please. Give her a hand, y'all.
Thank you, Stephen. And we did sit next to each other in all the cabinet meetings, and I am highly opinionated, so you did get that one right. And I have some wisdom because I'm getting old. But I do want to thank you. I want to thank the board for having me speak for a few minutes. I used to think that the worst time to speak was right after lunch and everybody had a full stomach and it was kind of like, all right. And now I know the worst time to speak is right after Governor Wilder has spoken. Bear with me. I think he bestowed a lot of wisdom in the words that he spoke this morning, and I was very encouraged. And I'm encouraged of your words as well, Stephen. Mayor Avula has as one of his #1 priorities in his first term affordable housing. And he's made sort of 4 major priority areas. And one of them obviously is to try to figure out a way to bring more funding and to have more predictable funding. And we're working on that as we speak. And the second one is to try to find more ways to discourage displacement, whether that's displacement of people who can't afford their rents anymore, or can't afford their homes, or because our taxes are rising and they can't, make those payments or repair those homes. So the second one of our priorities is anti-displacement. And we want to make sure that as we talk about the transformation and the redevelopment of public housing, that we're not displacing any public housing residents. That's a key importance to him. And he wants to make sure that we do that by helping them and supporting them and providing whatever services are needed so that they don't have to worry about that. The third priority is transformation of public housing. When I sat down with him his first couple of weeks last year, he asked me what my opinion was of public housing. And we all know that the federal government doesn't really want to keep public housing. It has been death by 1,000 budget cuts. I've worked for 4 public housing authorities in and out of an affordable housing and economic development career. And every single year, every single decade, and I've been doing this since the late 80s, it has been painful to watch the disinvestment in public housing. Our public housing would not look like it does today if only the federal government believed in housing as a need and an infrastructure to support the people of the United States. We build a lot of roads and we invest a lot of money in roads so that we can drive our wonderful cars. We're all attached to our cars, I am too. But what about housing? What about housing? Part of my philosophy is, how did we get to be civilized people? What are the things that people do to collectively come together as a community? You go back thousands of years, right? People started to work together to produce food. People started to collect themselves together. And one of the first things they did was build shelter for each other. You look at every single civilization across this world, and we all came together to make sure we had enough food to get through the different seasons and that we were protected from the elements. We all built shelter for each other. And somewhere along the many decades, centuries, and thousands of years, we forgot that shelter is one of the top 2 things that people need to survive in life: food and shelter. And so I want that to sort of frame where I'm going with all of this. I'm a houser. The minute I got into this field, I said, oh, this is my passion. This is what I love to do. I was lucky enough to have a stable childhood. I didn't have to worry about the roof over my head. My parents made sure that, we had a place to live in. And when I saw so many people fearful that they weren't going to have a place to live, or that the place that they lived in wasn't really habitable. I have been in some atrocious places in my career, and my first instinct is we must fix them. So as you start to think about your strategic planning today, I'm going to tell you what our goals are. One of the goals that I gave, the mayor is I'm walking him through, I wrote the Equitable Affordable Housing Plan in 2020, and it got adopted in 22 because it took a while to get community input with all of the COVID pandemic, trying to do community engagement when we're all masked up and on virtual meetings was a little difficult. But, you know, I said, we need 10,000 units in 10 years. And that was just across the city of Richmond for just affordable housing. And of that 10,000 units, I said, we need to replace 3,000 public housing units. So if you break that down by year, it's pretty simple math. It's 300 new public housing units or completely rehab public housing units. I don't care which way it goes, but I'm saying that is the goal that I've laid out. And we've helped you a little bit with Prager. And I know we're teed up to help you a little bit with Mosby. And obviously, you know, we're now working on the Jackson Ward Community Plan, of which we're working together to get an MOU or MOA in place. And then part of that is the Gilpin Transformation Working Group. And I hope when we're all together and we can sit down and put those plans in place, that perhaps they can become models to look at Hillside, to look at Whitcomb, and to look at Fairfield. You know, you have some property, the city has some property. We have developers out there that are willing to partner with us. And I don't think, you know, my dreams, as Governor Wilder said, you know, nothing is impossible. You know, people said you can't build 1,000 new affordable housing units a year. That's crazy. Well, our pipeline is now finally in place, and I challenge you to create the same type of pipeline for what you're going to talk about today, because it is doable. Does it take staffing? Does it take financial resources? Hell yeah, it really does. But you can all do it. It has been done in other public housing authorities. If the will is there, if you're strategic about how you think about doing it. And that's why I encourage our partnership. You know, Gilpin to us, you know, we're so excited about this. This is within, you know, walking distance of downtown. And for us, it's not just about Gilpin. It's about all of Jackson Ward and what Jackson Ward represents to the city. When you see the mission statement from the Jackson Ward Community Plan, it is about rebuilding the Black center of our city. It's about bringing back jobs and businesses to our city. It's not singularly about housing. And we're all in. We are all in on doing this. And I say the same thing about, you know, your residents. People in public housing, at least some that I have met, they have their dream. They know where they're going. They understand that this is just a stepping stone to get to where they want to go. But I have also met public housing residents that are so fearful that if they leave public housing, they don't even want to take a voucher. I had, when I was doing relocation in New York City, no one wanted a voucher. We said, you can live anywhere. You know, there's people that will take your voucher throughout New York City. You can take it anywhere in the United States. You can take it to Virgin Islands. I was like, I'll give you a voucher. You know, I'll go and take that voucher and live in Virgin Islands. We could not convince people to take a voucher. No, the vouchers may go away tomorrow. The vouchers may not get funded. And then where will I be? No, put me in another public housing unit. I don't want my safety net to disappear. And in some respects, I thought, I understand. You know, life is uncertain. I've lost a job once, and it didn't feel good. And I was fortunate enough that I had put away some savings so that I could pick myself back up and get myself another job. And I took a few steps backwards before I could take some steps forward. That is life, right? You know, not everything is this perfect straight, you know, line up in the air. But, you know, it happened for me because I had some confidence. And I think one of the things that we have to understand is a lot of people don't have confidence. A lot of people don't have that feeling that I can do it. And so the other thing that I want to just mention today is Mayor Bula's commitment to help people. So it's not just that we're here to help and partner with you on the housing piece, but we're here to partner with you on the people piece. We are going to be hiring people. It's not going to be me. It's not going to be, Amy Popovich or even Merrick, because we all have full-time jobs, just like you all have full-time jobs. But we are already searching to help bring in those people with the experience from our side so that we can have dedicated people to doing this. And then we're also looking for those community partners that will help us fund some of the needs that we do, because this does not come cheap and it's a long road. It's a very long road. When I was in New York City, we brought in Goodwill. We put 1, 2, 3, 4 trailers in the middle of a parking lot where I had 1,800 public housing units to rehab. In New York City, by the way, you don't demolish public housing. But we gutted all these towers, and nobody wanted to go outside of the neighborhood to get services. And we said, fine, we'll bring the services to you. And we parked 4 double-wide trailers in the middle of a parking lot for 6 years. So it's a long haul, and that was just one of my sites that I was working on. So it's a long haul, make no mistakes about it, but it can be done. You can do this. I want to encourage you today to think, as Doug Weiler said, think out of the box, push your limits, think, how can I do this? Because my challenge, again, is 3,000 units over the next 10 years. And that should take care of a lot of what you currently have in your portfolio. I'm not sure exactly what your number is anymore, Stephen. But, the other thing that I'm very pleased about is that, we have a commitment for one replacement. And it's not just vouchers that can walk across the city line and then, that opportunity to live in the city disappears. We are looking to try to keep as many very, very low income units here in the city so that everybody has an opportunity to live in this great city. This city is fun. This city, I'm here because this is a great city. And it offers so much to everybody who lives here. And I don't want this to become a city that only people with very high incomes can live in. And that's a concern that we all have. So I'm encouraged that you're willing to do that and to try to keep those vouchers here in the city and to tie them to units. And we're very grateful for that. So we're here as your partner. I encourage you to have a robust conversation today. And I thank you so much for inviting me this morning to come and share a few moments with you. Thank you.
Now, as they like to say, the hard work begins. Mike Kelly and Chief Staff Kim Cole to begin talking about the 5-year strategic plan.
Good morning. Good morning. The work does begin. Let's go to sleep. I want to, a 5 point, phenomenal reference to this.
Mike.
And Sharon, obviously, her experience and her wisdom and her partnership is incredibly grateful. So not only to Sharon, but to the mayor's office, I want to throw out a gigantic thank you, being a good partner with this. That being said, I want to kind of frame the slides and shape the dinner table we have here. The purpose of this Board of Commissioner retreat.
So forgive me, don't move to Bogart.
Please.
Ben, are you able to pull it up? And if folks want to follow along, we're going to have it on the screen. If you look in your folder, there's actually a PowerPoint what we're going to be discussing today. Of course, Commissioner Hardin, you said at the beginning, at the front of the classroom, you have yours out already, right? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So just wanted to get us all level set in terms of where we are right now for the conversation. Mr. Kelly.
Next slide shows the outline of everything. Good. All right. From the top, the Board of Commissioner retreat is a critical part of this agency's overall
process of developing an updated 5-year strategic plan that will include board review, board input, and board approval. The proposed framework of this plan has 4 major goals. We're looking at goal 1 of supporting resident self-sufficiency and promoting resident empowerment. Goal 2 of looking at the revitalizing of our portfolio with community support. Goal 3, strengthening affordable housing operations. And goal 4, improving the financial reporting and administrative support operations of the agency. Today, this information-packed day will focus on goal 2, the revitalization of our public housing portfolio. The staff will continue to work on the objectives and tasks that support all of these goals, with a plan to share this work with the resident leadership for their input and advice, and to prepare a draft for the board to review in approximately 90 days. The hope is to schedule a follow-up retreat that will discuss this plan in more detail and to have board formal approval at a board meeting that we soon follow. This plan will be informed by other goals and planning initiatives, such as the Board of Commissioners' goals for the Chief Executive Officer, the Mayor, and the RRHA's Memorandum of Agreement, and the various revised goals that are being established by the Department of Housing and Urban Development as examples. Note that this work roughly coincides with the RRHA's regular annual plan preparations that updates the capital plan, the voucher program administrative plan, and the emissions and occupancy policies, which includes public review and board approval. The purpose of updating the Housing Authority's 5-year revitalization strategic plan is many, but mainly to establish clear, long-term, prioritized vision and direction. The idea is to align our teams, our limited resources toward the most critical strategic initiatives, and to create a tool to drive performance through measurable key performance indicators. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Chief of Staff Kim Cole to walk us through the goals and the proposed objectives within goal. With the understanding, obviously, this is just, today is about goal 2, the development, and we'll be returning to all of these goals, hopefully in a retreat format in the near future. Thank you.
Good morning again. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to talk about the framework we're looking to establish for creating the strategic plan. Michael talked about the 4 critical goals that we've identified. Those goals are what we consider to be, again, mission critical and core for the agency to move forward. I'm going to try to stay away from cliches like moving the needle forward, highest and best use, even though that is on the agenda for today, and try to keep it really focused in terms of what I know the commitment that each and every one of you made by being on the board. So I want to keep that the space that we're in as we're talking through this today. So if you go to the next slide. So of course, we're going to be focusing on real estate today. It's such a significant topic that we dedicated the entire day for. We are going to meet again to go over the other 3 goals. So what I'm going to do right now is to go through that framework. Folks have your slides in front of you as well. So goal 1, support resident self-sufficiency and promote resident empowerment. So what you see here and what we're going to be working with you guys and staff and residents with is looking at the objectives that we consider to be the most important, and those really, really key action steps that are going to get us to those objectives and actually ultimately fulfilling those goals. So what we want to do today is actually get your juices flowing. What you have in front of you are exact examples of some of the action steps that we're proposing. You've seen some of the things already. Some of these things we're actually already doing, and we'll do over the course of the next 5 years. But we really do want to hear from you in terms of your thoughts, things that you might have been staying up all night, writing on a little pad beside your bed, wanting to make sure that they're a part of what we do as an agency. So when we go through this, you'll see some of the examples of the things as it relates to action steps that we're looking at to fulfill these goals. So we're going to look a little bit at resident self-sufficiency and promoting resident empowerment. So the 3 objectives we've identified, and again, we're going to flesh these out more or resident self-sufficiency, resident empowerment, and home ownership. 3 things you've all set as priorities and we've been working on for a while. Some examples of the action items related to each: identifying program opportunities targeted to youth, adults, and seniors. We have a litany of things that we already do and we're looking to expand upon as relates to that. Resident council and tenant organization support. We really want to shore up the capacity of resident leadership. We're looking at some very creative ways of trying to do that. And education, training, and mortgage assistance programs related to home ownership, affordable home ownership. You know, we're making those commitments through the Blackwell Lots. We set up a home ownership program in our voucher program, much more robust than what we had before. So those are the types of things that we'll be doing as it relates to resident self-sufficiency and promoting empowerment. So I'm going to do something that's outside of the rules we set today, and I'm going to stop for a second and see if there are any questions or comments. No pressure. You go to the next item. So I'm not going to spend much time here because we've got a day full of talking about redevelopment and modernization with community support. So you can go to the next slide. And again, you see how the goal cascades to the objective. I know many people in the room have gone through these strategic planning exercises before. We actually look forward to the experience that you've had doing that to inform how we get this done. But you want to spend a little bit of time here as it relates to strengthening affordable housing options. Objectives would be addressing low-income public housing, obviously the voucher program, and customer service. I'm going to linger on customer service for a second. We are looking to restructure our customer call center. Mr. Nesmith had a performance indicator last year that focused primarily on increasing and improving customer service, and we made some gains and some strides in that. But we know that it is an ongoing activity, and it'll be a part of the 5-year plan. Service level agreements on response times and maintenance requests. So that customer call center is actually going to be a combination or the compilation of the bringing together of 2 existing call centers, our maintenance call center and our general call line where folks are calling in. And we are getting to a point where we need to be able to measure our performance. So the strategic plan is going to be laden with metrics, clear. What are the SMART goals, Mike? What does SMART stand for? Quick quiz.
Measurable, attainable, reachable, and time sensitive.
We're on it, y'all. And then finally, site-based safety and security plans. Unfortunately, like many housing authorities in the early 2000s, HUD ended funding for, was it Ross? Say that right? Ross was the funding source for public safety. So a lot of housing authorities that had full police forces don't have them anymore. So we're doing what we can by bringing on a contractor to do that, and then actually coming up with more creative ways to ensure safety on site. So we look to incorporate that also as part of the 5-year plan. So that was just a taste, again, just to get the juices flowing. Our intent here today is, as people are going through their presentations, we ask that you hold your questions, write down as many questions as you have. There's going to be sections after each for board discussion to talk about things that you want clarified, ideas you might have as it relates to the 5-year plan. And know that if a question can't be answered here, we are taking copious notes, actually recording this. We'll have a transcript. For those items that we cannot answer, we will be following up, and we'll be providing an opportunity also in an upcoming real estate and community development committee meeting to actually talk about the strategic plan as well as we move forward. I was going to stop at this, but Mike, you want me to do 4?
Yeah, just cover the water for all the stuff. I'll find with questions and answers.
Thanks. Improving financial administrative support operations. Look at me, pushing the folks that are the backbone of what we do and not giving them their due today. So clearly, finance, human resources, IT, procurement, and communications, critical pieces of what we do as an agency. And examples of the action items that we're looking to put into play as it relates to each of those. We've already achieved a clean audit. Got that right? A clean audit, but we continue to push ourselves to strive. As the former governor just said, success is a journey. So we're looking at this 5 years as a journey. We'll make mistakes, we'll have challenges, and we'll reset as we go along. Staff training opportunities, staff retention and succession planning, policy and SOP organization. As you've seen in Mr. Nesmith's, in his 2025 goals report, we've actually trained the entire staff, at least the frontline staff, as relates to customer service. There's a lot more training and certifications that have taken place. So those types of things will be built into the plan as well. Again, any ideas, questions that you have about what we did do, suggestions about what you think we should do in terms of training, open to them.
All right, so before moving to the next agenda item, before moving to the next agenda, does the board have any questions on this particular topic? About how today's work fits into the larger strategic planning effort, or once again, we will be going through a series of iterative opportunities for us to look at these different plans and the other plans that impact this. But the hope with board's approval that we come back together in a format like this with resident support, or at least review and support, hopefully, and that you'll be in a position to adopt the new strategic plan shortly after.
Mike, and thank you so much for your presentation. Objective 3, you talked about customer service, which is so essential. And you just mentioned just now about the front line has been well endowed with that. When is the rest of the organization going to get, indoctrinated with that, so that this can go completely throughout the whole organization, because it's that important?
Good question, Commissioner. Clearly, it's been established by the CS top priority. We've already gone through sort of a series of trainings along customer service, but we're also finding out the entire staff just finished ADA 504 training. The entire staff, everybody that had to do 8 hours of training. I say that to say the customer service is not just it involves understanding what our mission is, understanding what the needs are, and having the training that goes along with it. And then that actually metric we have 100% where we hit the box. But I think this is something under particularly Corey's leadership, we're really looking to push the customer service, driving it down to every level of operations, so that there's a direct one-to-one interface with our customer and our clients.
If I may. So as said, we want to start with the frontline staff, those that interface most day to day with our residents. So critical. Because then you'll hear more about the call center. You ask, when we start with the rest of the staff, we'll be coming forward with a timetable. Literally, as Mike said, there was another obligatory training that all staff had to do. It was 8 hours. It was brutal. But we really want to start with those who touch and interface with this staff all the time. You all will be hearing about the call center. As you all know, that when residents call from 1 to 10, they're already at 9. Our residents, they have lives. When they come to work and they pick up the phone, they may be between 1 to 5, depending on what's going on in their home. That's a bad mixture. Our staff are not trained in de-escalation. The call center that we're going to be introducing you to, that's what they do all the time. They know the language, and so they're trained in de-escalation. But we wanted to start first with the frontline staff interface. But we do know that there's the back office and the other. We will be giving that timetable to you.
Just want to say thanks, Steve. Appreciate your support of that, because anybody that wears a badge or says they are representing the RRHA, is they need to have the opportunity to know that they want to make this a good engagement whenever they touch anybody outside of us. That might not get a chance to touch the black guys, but anybody you touch in RRHA needs to know that, because you can have a good opportunity with them or bad opportunity. So that could turn things off right there. Thank you so much.
And we're also looking at, sometimes you see residents, they come to the board meeting, or otherwise they get a call and they say, I have this, I don't have hot water, I have this, and what we saw, and what our experience shows, and data shows, is that they don't put in work orders. I mean, today, someone called me, Mr. Nesbitt, I don't have heat. And I said, great, I'll get our emergency team to come out there, but I have a question. Put in work order. Oh, no, let me put that in right now. And many times you look at the data, and we keep the data up. People come and they complain, they don't get this and that. They do not put in the work orders. If they don't put in the work orders, we cannot measure it and hold our staff accountable. And so we will be sending out a communique by Angela Fountain, telling our residents how critically important that is around client services. Because one of the things that you all asked me to do is to do a survey, right? To measure what residents think. And I remember Commissioner Elliott saying how important that survey was. We'll talk about that later on, how Commissioner Elliott, we did the first sort of what we call baseline survey, but then we got to go back out with another survey. But it's important that we collect data to figure out how we ought to respond.
If I may, you raise a really good point in regards to learning that residents have not submitted a maintenance request. Are we certain that our tenants understand all of the resources available to them to do so and understand how to do that? So that's something I just don't want to take for granted that obviously I pick up the phone and make a call, but what other methods are available to them so that we can have this working more as a machine.
So Corey is doing just that. They're going out with a series of not only how you do maintenance requests, but how you do recertifications in ways that don't create barriers. But I have to be honest. I mean, sometimes I've seen some residents, and they said, Mr. Nesbitt, I put in a maintenance request as well. They don't do nothing anyway. So there's a sense of like, why put it away? Unless I can't quantify that. But why put it away? They don't come anyway. But, and so we got to get over that hurdle.
One last thing is customer service, because sometimes we think people, when they come to us as a complaint, it's just a request. And we take it out of the complaint because it sounds so negative on both sides. They have needs just like we have needs. And we need to treat it like that. We want to treat people like we want to be treated and not like, oh, that's a complaint. And it's not a complaint. They have a request, and they're requesting things to be done. Maybe they put it in a different manner, but they need things done.
To close out on this, Corey will be coming with some data that shows that maybe 75% the maintenance team get it right. And I was talking with Commissioner Brody about this last week. 75% the commission, our maintenance team get it right, but that's called the silent minority. I'm sorry, silent majority. It's the loud minority that we hear about. And we've got to find a way to get the silent majority to come to board meetings and do just, I say, put in a little something in the tip box, say thank you and thank you. So we need to figure out to hear from that silent majority. We got a lot.
Commission, all good for this particular part? If so, I think we've actually added a few minutes to the agenda here. So I think Kim has done a good job in that regard. Thanks, everybody.
We are towards the end of the day going to do kind of an interactive session to get some feedback after you've gone through all of the day on what we're doing. So just wanted to add that to it.
Kim, will you walk us through, please, the next session? The next session that we have is the HUD redevelopment of universal principles and their applicability to the Big Six. So what that's about, right? That's looking at what HUD in Washington, D.C. sets out universal principle, all housing authorities. If you're going to redevelop public housing, you must follow these universal principles, right? Now we're going to take those universal principles and say, how are they applicable? And how we write it, how it applies to the Big Six in this uniqueness that it has. In fact, just so you know, full disclosure, President City Councilman Newell has asked that I give this to her as we as a board begin to think about it, because she'll be sharing with her colleagues city council. I think it's really important.
Hampton, and Jeff Longino lead us in this particular session.
Good morning, District. Hope everyone is well. And I am so excited to be here and have this opportunity to have our team share with you. Want to thank Committee Chair Parker for his leadership on the Real Estate and Community Development Committee. We enjoyed working with him as we enjoyed working with Chair Jackson. I do want to take a moment. Jeff Lyons and I, can you hear me? Okay. Jeff Lyons and I are tag teaming. Tag is our, where is it? Right here. You're in your appointed spot. So tag is it, but I also want to share and thank my team for being here this morning. It is real estate and it is what we do every day. Miss Sophia Solomon, wave your hand. That's the money lady. That's the money lady. Mr. Cole Douglas, when we talk about relocation and credit, that's Ms. Douglas. And we have Ms. Carter Walker, who is our star technology guru and project management. So I just wanted to give them my other tag team partner over here, Mr. Ben Walker, Mr. John May, I'm going to hear from later, and of course Jeff and I are tag teaming throughout the day, and I want to really thank them for their service. I want to call your attention before we begin to your packet. I want to ask that you pull out your glossary of key terms in your packet. Maybe keep that handy throughout the day. There is some terms, acronyms. We use a lot of acronyms in our business here. So if you just pull that aside and keep it out. It's a white sheet and it says handout number 1. Handout number 1. So as you look for that, we also have put 2 other resource materials in. Don't need to pull them out now, but I just wanted you to know that they are there for your edification. I also would be remiss if I didn't recognize, and you'll be hearing from Attorney Graff later today, and I'm on tag team with him, but that's my bond partner over there, conduit bond partner. So we're keeping out handout number 1. Now, you've heard about the core principles or universal principles. This is up. Next slide, please. And so I'm not going to read it all to you, but I think there are key themes that transcend or cut across all of our work. And then you're going to see how it ties into our approach. And just know that all agencies and all PHAs are challenged today in this day and time that we live in to build a toolbox, an innovative toolbox, and we use all of the tools that are available to us to move our agencies forward. So I wanted to share that, and you'll be hearing some of that. But these core principles set the groundwork for how we move our work forward, how we do our redevelopment. So you see item number 1, resident involvement and empowerment. Nothing you didn't know. Very key. At the center, our people are at the center of everything we do. We are people-centered, and that's why resident involvement and their voices are so important. We're happy to have 2 of our residents with us this morning. So thank you for coming. Happy to have you here. Yeah. So that's key, and the sub-bullets under are many of the things that we are working and doing and incorporating, as you will hear throughout the day. Mixed income communities, very key. Is what we do, how does it apply? We look at it across all of our redevelopment efforts. We work with our development partners. What truly does that mean? We just have a mixture of incomes. It's not all low income. We have a mixture, that diversity. So we're bringing cohesion from different populations throughout our community. And it is at the forefront that we have that. Next slide, please. You've heard about 1 for 1, very key in what we do. When you hear of Ms. Ebert talk about the mayor's goal about mitigating or anti-displacement, 1 for 1 replacement just ensures that if you're tearing down a unit, you have other affordable units there. Doesn't mean you put them all back on one site because you want that diverse community, but it does mean it could be throughout. So I think what is key in this is that last sentence. How do we accomplish that 1 for 1? And that may be accomplished through a combination of on-site as well as off-site. So Gilpin is an example. What do we mean? We have several other affordable housing developments that are in proximity to Gilpin. So we're building on Gilpin. We're building Build First. We have 2 sites of those. What does Build First means? It just starts before your actual redevelopment activities. So we are beginning right now with a combination of 21 lots that was owned by the Housing Authority, and we are building 56 units there. And we'll be bringing community and resident engagement activities so they can help us and have input into plans and designs coming up in March. But on-site as well as off-site. So I just wanted you to know that. Number 4, community and economic development. It's at the heart. Housing cuts across everything. Housing is economic development. And when we don't do redevelopment in a vacuum, the Jackson Ward Community Plan covers a lot of things, and that's why there's a people plan, that's why there's a neighborhood plan, so just important. And then we have sustainable and green design, energy efficiency. How are we doing that? People have high utility bills. It cuts into their funding, their monies, and so we want to build sustainable. We want to have green building, and we work with our contractors to do that. We have accessibility requirements and all of that. Next slide, please. Fair housing and equity is the law, still the law of the land right now. Fair housing, and so we have to, there are some things that are required by HUD. You heard me talk about sustainability. You heard me talk about accessibility for fair housing. So we have UFAS units. What does that mean? What is a UFAS? Somebody, tell me. Yes, so that's what it is, and we build that in. We have so many of our new units. Creighton is an example. Applicable to Creighton will be applicable to Gilpin. We want to make sure that our units are handicap accessible. We also look at and have features that will assist individuals with differing abilities. And so some folks have sensory or depth perception. All of these things we look at and work with the planning and design team, our architects. So those are the things that fall under that fair housing. And then long-term affordability and financial sustainability. Major and key. How do we do this work? You heard Ms. Ebert say that we were going to, that HUD has been defunding public housing, our modernization, our capitalization, our work to redevelop. And so that's why we are challenged now to do something else. But I want to have the board leave you with this also. While we are redeveloping, we are still challenged to maintain the units we have. That's modernization. And how do we do that? We received funding from Virginia Housing under Mr. Nesmith's leadership. We have 6 senior sites. We're renovating them. You're going to hear about the last 3 later today and how we propose to deal with that, what we're reviewing and assessing now, looking at which tool is better. So you will hear more about long-term affordability. How do we as an agency find the money, have investments, and be able to do other things to continue to have RRHA be sustainable and to take the lead. So that's why we're building those. I'm going to call on my tag team partners, but before I go, we want to do questions, I believe, Ms. Cole at the end. Okay, so we will be back up once Jeff tells you now. He's going to tie into number 7. You heard the wide-reaching or the core principles. Now, how are we applying those core principles? How do we ensure a good deal coming out of how we do redevelopment? So stay tuned and I'll be back.
Thanks, Cheryl. It's a real pleasure to work with Cheryl. I'm glad she introduced both her wonderful staff and my staff here today. It's a real privilege to be working with the RRHA and with people, because Cheryl and I actually interacted many years ago when we were doing work at the District of Columbia Housing Authority, back when, actually, right after Michael left, when Adrian Todman, who was Joe Biden's last assistant Secretary of HUD, was the director. So good to be back with Cheryl again, and of course Stephen and Michael. So as Cheryl indicated, what we're going to do here is we're going to try and explain how it is we are segueing or putting together these overall development principles in a way that is structurally, operationally, and policy-wise to the benefit of the RRHA. So the first thing we're going to do is we want to make sure that our development activities are in a way that are collaborative and set us up where we are going to be direct participants in the redevelopment and development of housing, public, affordable, assisted, doesn't matter what the subsidy platform. And through that, we'll do it as an affiliate entity of the general partnerships, because in each of these developments, we're going to have, in all likelihood, private debt and equity, changing the way in which we are accessing capital to be more contemporary and modern, because that's where the resources are. So being a member of the general partnership means that we need to do that reliability and also eligibility purposes for funding with an affiliate of the RRHA. That here is the RDC. And that will be done with a competitive lease developer. Through this process, we can participate in the overall project in a way that enables us to access both non-federal funds and program income. Program income is income that is restricted, typically by HUD or another funding agency, that for some period of time says limits our use, usually for affordable housing purposes. And the third is we want to be able to generate developer fee through direct participation, not leaving anything on the table, because we bring value as the sponsor, participant of the funding, the regulatory vehicle for this redevelopment to take place. So we want to also earn developer fee as non-federal funds.
From back to Korea.
Okay, so yeah, the next one here. So the other thing is we also, because in our past lives here, we have participated in new development and redevelopment where we haven't ended up with a position of control of the assets. Key policy here is public control of the assets at the earliest reasonable opportunity. So first preference is immediately following completion of the development, that we'll call the end of the stabilization period, when it's released up, and the property goes into operation. Variety of reasons for that. We're going to be covering many things here today. We have a lot of concepts to cover. Maybe we'll have a conversation and discussion, but I'm going to sort of move it along anyway.
Jeff, if I may,
Yeah, yes, sir.
I'm identifying a caller one. Is that Commissioner Johnson who's just joined us?
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
No, this Johnson.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So in any event, if you take over at the end of early in the development period, we need to come in and we need to provide guarantees. In other words, whenever we have a developer provides guarantees. When they exit, we have to assume the guarantees. And in this case, it would be compliance, it would be operating guarantees. So we have to be in a position to earn the money in order to be able to have what we call liquidity, unencumbered liquid assets, and net worth, overall assets, fixed assets, in order to meet the requirements of lenders and investors. The other option is, we will look to do this as well, is during the tax credit compliance period, a 15-year tax credit compliance period. During that period, we want to be in a position, if we can, with acceptance from the lender and investor and through negotiations with our development partner, we'll talk about that some, to be able to come in and take it at a later time. Sometimes that's after what they call the operating deficit guarantee period, which can run 3 to 5 years. And so sometimes people don't want a housing authority affiliate to come in before that period has expired. But also, sometimes tax credit investors will let you come in and take them out after they've received all of their tax credit investment, which is usually a period of 10 years from the date in which you finish your development. So somewhere around year 12 or 13. So somewhere between year 3 and 5 and year 12 and 13, there's a couple of methods that we can come in and take over the development. And that means also that we've taken out our development partner out of the general partnership. The other one is at the end of the tax credit compliance period. And it's important that we also look at this. This is the most traditional and customary time in which you take over the development and have an investor exit.
Jeff, you're at 2.3, correct?
I am at 2.3,
So
correct?
making sure you're guiding the reader as you're presenting.
Yes, sir. So at 2.3, at the end of the tax credit compliance period, we would then, in that position, have in our negotiation with the investor at the time in which we are negotiating each project, and this information would be presented to the board at the time of financial closing, board's approval. We would be in a position where we will have negotiated a right of first refusal, which is if someone comes in and wants to buy the investor's interest, we have the ability to get it at the lowest possible price, either the IRS minimum or something else that's even better than we've negotiated. Second one would be that we have a purchase option to usually procure the property of the developer, or the investor's interest at fair market value, taking into account income restrictions and affordability restrictions. And what that means is also, it's basically what we pay is fair market value less the debt. And typically in our projects, if we are astute enough to characterize all public funding, it's beneficial to do so, as debt, soft debt, hard debt. We have our land in there, we have been compensated for that, that is debt. Oftentimes, debt exceeds the value of the property on paper, and we take it for nothing other than the transaction cost to the investor to exit, $10,000, $15,000. So that is our model. We do this all over the country, and we are going to be doing it in Richmond because we think it is in our collective best interest to do so. Number 3. The other area that we want to pursue is ultimately, as we bring in lenders and investors, different rules, requirements, and approvals are needed to be able to manage property. So what we want to do is, as we engage in mixed income, mixed finance development, work with development partners and their management companies, as well as build internal capacity so that we can engage in property management and assume responsibility for property management. And as we proceed, we will also make sure, as an item 2, we've got the necessary management certifications in the area of tax credit compliance, in the areas of investor asset management requirements in order to be able to permit that to happen. That is a longitudinal goal. It's one that we hope to work with. I have some clients that don't want to be in the property management business, but I believe that in terms of the city of Richmond, we find that the closer the RRHA is to our residents, the more comfortable they are, and we've got the capacity and capability, we are typically in the best position to know their needs, provide them with the services that they require. So that is a very key aspect of it as well. Go to number 4. So one of the things that you will see very soon is you will see a colleague, which I'll introduce later, John May, who is going to present to you an overall financial analysis of the RRHA. And you will see that if we don't change the way in which we approach development and operations as things change, and if we keep doing things like we have been in the past, we're not going to be an organization that's very much in the way of resources to enable us to provide services, sustain ourselves, and be able to meet the needs and challenges that present us in the 21st century. So RRHA is going to continue to pursue financial participation in development projects. So we build non-federal funds and assets, as well as program income that can be available for housing operations and development purposes. 2, we want to maximize our participation in the financial underpinnings of each of these developments through participations in cash flow and cash flow waterfall. We haven't done a very good job at that. We're doing a good job now, and hopefully we'll realize the benefits as we proceed with redevelopment. We also want to maximize our development fee, and we also want to remember that unlike what sometimes we are told, in fact, frequently that we're told by developers and developers partners, well, we're providing the guarantees, we're providing the expertise. Well, we're providing land, operating subsidy, and the regulatory and statutory opportunity for these redevelopments to take place. And with that comes value. And in the world of business comes remuneration. So we expect our remuneration to parallel the value of what it is that we're bringing to these transactions. So, we provide land, we provide subsidy and financing, and we provide the opportunity, given the regulatory and statutory labyrinth of what one has to navigate through in order to do redevelopment of public housing or additional affordable housing. And we all, I mean, you guys as commissioners have interacted with that from 1718 to declarations of trust to you know, extended use agreements. I mean, all of those things that, a developer can't do by himself. So they need the wherewithal of the authority partner in order to do. When you add those all together, those are worth quite a bit. And so we should be factoring those in, and we have been in our most recent agreements, and you'll see the difference between what the forecast is for the most recent redevelopments that we're engaged in and the first one. Not that we're dealing with bad people, not that we're dealing with, a hokey set of numbers, but, way back, because I've got a little time, when I really had to work for a living, I was the technical assistance advisor for HUD, for resident management. And I would sit at places like Cabrini Green, and I would speak to a group of residents, and I would give them two things to think about business. First one was, what's the golden rule? The golden rule is not maybe what you've been told. He who has the gold makes the rules. The second one is, you do not get what you deserve in life. You get in business what you negotiate. So what we're trying to do is to set up something in which we are going to negotiate on behalf of the public to get the public what it should expect to receive from its transactions. So that's the end of this part of the presentation, and I appreciate your time. Thank everybody. Yes, Mr. President.
You must get to the next slide, which is 5 points.
Oh, I got so excited, I forgot there was a fifth point.
It is actually part and parcel.
Yeah, I know it is actually. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm the guy that's supposed to keep track of my own presentation. Be that as it may. This is what I spend a lot of my time doing anymore. Is I spend my time working for housing authorities, negotiating with lenders and investors, and in large redevelopments, CNIs, and major city initiatives supportive of public housing. And the thing is, you will see that, and I'm sure those that are familiar, you'll see most developers will say, well, it's our guarantee. We have to decide what we're comfortable with. Well, in our master development agreement, we tell them what we're comfortable with and expect to see in a lender and investor agreement. We want lenders and investors that will agree to allow us to be able to become the sole and managing member of the general partnership. We want lenders and investors who will agree to allow us to be able to take them out at the earliest opportunity. We want lenders and investors that will respect our assets and our contributions such that they will be in the cash flow waterfall and we will get remuneration and a variety of other things. So those require negotiations, and surprisingly enough, certain lenders and investors are more amenable to the public interest than others. And certain lenders and investors, when they understand who's involved in the decision-making process, will also be more responsive. So these are important aspects of how to make sure, and again, as I said earlier, we want to characterize our loans and grants, no matter where they come from, as soft debt that ultimately inures to the benefit of the authority. So if the city gives us a bunch of money, we want to loan it through the authority. Doesn't mean that we're not responsible to the city. Doesn't mean we're not responsible to whoever source it came from. But if in fact it's counted as soft debt that inures to the benefit of the agency, we have the ability to take over the asset for no money. Again, it was a public opportunity. It's a public purpose. We hope that it will ultimately be fully a public asset. Yes, sir.
I want to pause here now and open up for board discussion. One of the things that the chair and vice chair really wanted to see is that there was board discussion. This is not our only retreat, but as we move through each of the sessions to ensure that to the extent board members want to have questions, talk to each other, or talk to those who presented in that segment of session. So now I want to pause and ask, well, we ask board members just to take copious notes and then ask if this is that time, Chair Jack. That's said, thus.
Jeff, thank you. Particularly for point number 5, my question comes out of that that you shared. Is there a current example of this play that we are involved in now or we're aspiring to be a part of?
Well, so right now, we've got the Build First that's coming on. So we haven't solicited lenders and investors. But also yesterday, maybe the day before yesterday, PRC on East Gray Street said, here's our list of lenders and investors. Who would you like to add? And we added a bunch. And so with it, we negotiated for East Gray Street that they can't select a lender and investor without our participation and without our criteria being a part of it. For Gilpin Court, we have the same negotiation. For Mosby Court, we have the same. And for Creighton Court, as you'll find out, we're going back and saying, it may have been a sign-up, but let us now tell you what we think it means. So, but I've got lots of examples all over the country, and the answer is, this is what they'll do. Yeah.
Well, you know, obviously one of our concerns is the 83% of funding that we currently get from the federal government. With not understanding what that's going to be like from day to day, or certainly 5 years from now, with this play, particularly in Richmond, because we have so much redevelopment at hand, is there, and this you may not be able to answer this, but is there a projected percentage of, as we make these plays, of ownership in our developments, that how much, if any, are we able to wipe away from what the federal government now contributes to us in the event that that goes away?
Well, when you see John's analysis, you will see that intuitively the answer is yes, because you will see other funding sources come in, and basically they replace. But in some cases, we also have to be, clear. We're moving to a different subsidy platform, and largely it's a Section 8 based platform, and we will have tax credit only with folks at higher income bands will generate some money, but for the most part, it's that income stream. And so with it, and it was really contemplated under Sean Donovan. I was a little skeptical of it. It's taken a while, but the Section 8.
When you say Sean Donovan, they don't know that's HUD Secretary.
Oh, yeah, the HUD, Obama's HUD Secretary, excuse me, my mistake. So when he proposed the rental assistance demonstration, which had a lot of warts on it, it's had a lot of navigating problems. His goal was to try and get all affordable housing on the same basic subsidy platform. Mostly because over the decades, public housing doesn't have as strong of a constituency as does Section 8. As we know, we got bond lawyers, we got real estate interests, we got developers, who all are in a position to exercise more influence on both sides of the aisle. So evidence of that is, despite the polarized nature of Congress, we have the highest tenant protection voucher funding in history. We have an increase in the Section 8 program for housing assistance payments. And we got a clear message, which is a reduction in public housing operating fund. In other words, folks, move it along, get to another subsidy program. We're not interested in funding public housing. We are interested in funding affordable housing, even for those that are deeply affordable. But this is the way we want to do it. And you know what? It's no longer a bipartisan. It's no longer a partisan issue. It's a bipartisan issue. This is where we want to go.
Commissioner Pitcher.
Good evening, everyone. My question, when you was talking, going back, because you kind of went over my head a little bit.
Sorry.
I'm trying to actually break it down, a little bit more layman terms and how this would, give greater value to the RRHA organization as a whole.
So I'd say three things, and I'll let my colleagues speak as well. The first one is that we would have a more dependable, predictable subsidy stream. We could plan better, work better, and look towards how we deliver services in the future. If we know we're going to have a reliable subsidy that will be coming in, which we don't now. We get vacillating changes. They vacillate all over the place with operating subsidy. The second thing is that we will have funds that will be less restricted. And that, of course, becomes very important with the Board of Commissioners, because your role, I was a receiver. I've been a board all by myself. I understand what's expected, and you have an inherent fiduciary responsibility. So with unrestricted funds, you're going to want to make sure that audits, financial reporting, and all that, you won't be necessarily able to rely on HUD coming in and saying, this doesn't look right, and so forth. You'll need that discipline and rigor. But what you will have is you'll have enormous flexibility. You won't have to go up the food chain in order to figure out how you can use funding. You'll have the ability to make those decisions in real time and deliver. The third issue I think that is very important is you will have, with lenders and investors, a disciplined financial framework for being able to have replacement reserves and other methods in place to ensure that these assets will be available in the long term based on reasonable considerations. So that you won't be looking for large capital grants. You'll know that you can reinvest tax credits after 15 years. You will know that at the end of your loan term, you can go take out another mortgage. And you will also have reserves there that you can use to do repairs without worrying about whether Congress appropriates them or not. So those are all the answers to that question.
Just a quick question, because I'm not sure, I certainly understand what's unrestricted funds. Where are the unrestricted funds coming from?
Sure. So first is, it's not a simple answer, but let me try and give you the parameters of the answer, and we can always go into more detail later. So when you put public housing funds into something, and you then, let's say, into a RAD conversion, or it's a redevelopment, you've got housing authority funds that emanate, we'll call Section 9 public housing. There will be a restriction depending upon what it is. For example, the value of receiving lease payments on land will be restricted typically for future Section 8 and Section 9 purposes. That'll be a restriction that HUD has. When you get cash flow and there's public housing funds involved in the contribution, there can be a specific, it's called Exhibit H to the Mixed Finance ACC. HUD will say, because a lot of our money is involved, we want to make sure that it's for Section 8 purposes, or if it's not as much money, it's for affordable housing purposes, and we want to make sure it goes back for that purpose. Not to get too complicated, but to be frank, is once you use that money again for a purpose, depending on how it was restricted, it typically comes back then as unrestricted, as if it was federal money. But that's where you require attorneys and you require CPAs to be able to document that that was done correctly. And then you have a little bit more flexibility as to how you use it. You still have accountability, but you have more flexibility.
Mike, Jeff, let's stay with money for a moment, so we can clarify this a little bit.
Sure.
All right, now when you talk about subsidy, public housing,
Speak into the microphone.
public housing is receiving operating subsidy money from the feds. The other subsidy we're talking about is the voucher. Capital fund, not forgetting about that, but that's restricted and kind of designated for certain activities. But I want to make sure that our Board of Commissioners understand. So right now, when Ms. Commissioner Pitchford asked, and I wanted to make sure about the subsidy, but I want to go back to Commissioner Lewis's question. You do redevelopment. Where is that unrestricted money coming from? We do redevelopment. He was asking about that. So I want to make sure that we transition them from this public housing model to the model that we're talking about. And where does the money come from? Talk about cash flows. We talk about all of that. So share in a little more simpler terms because I'm John Q. Public from Bowman, South Carolina. So I need to be able to say amen. So I want to know when you move from one thing, which is to Section 9, that's your public housing. Did I get it right? All right. And then we're going to Section 8 and a voucher and funding. I want to follow that money a little bit in redevelopment. So talk a little bit more about that.
Thanks for the easy assignment. So with Section 9 public housing, as you so you basically have, if it's public housing funds, it's restricted for public housing purposes. There ain't no anything in between. So if you receive public housing operating subsidy, you receive public housing capital fund, you can use it for public housing. Now, I mean, there's some small deviations on the capital fund if you're going to do a RAD conversion, if there's some capital funds left over, but for the most part, public housing funds are restricted for public housing purposes. Now, when you go to convert to Section 8, a different subsidy platform, you do a mixed finance transaction. The input is public housing. The output is Section 8. HUD will restrict that in certain cases, depending upon what it is and how it's being used. So as I said, if you're putting in the land value, they're going to restrict it to Section 8 and Section 9. You put in public housing capital fund, and ultimately you're going to be taking cash flow out of a property. They may restrict it for a portion of it or all of it, depending. But it will be a negotiation with HUD, and usually it depends on how significant the amount of public housing capital fund is to the total transaction. There isn't a one size fits all, it's a negotiation. It also depends upon who's running HUD as to how much flexibility they offer on that matter. So then, of course, on developer fees, if it's a complete Section 8 transaction, like it's a RAD, it's restricted, yeah.
When we're, for purposes so everyone can understand, when we talk about Section 8 and Section 9, let's not use the numbers. For simplicity's sake, let's talk about which is public housing, which is the other. So when folks are listening, they don't really, some may not know Section 8, Section 9. So let's use the proper nomenclature rather than that. Okay.
Yeah, so public housing is restricted. That's what you start out. Section 8, project-based vouchers typically are, when a developer gets cash flow out of Section 8, it's unrestricted. Depending on what public housing money went in and in what proportion. When you do a development proposal for HUD, they will come back and potentially negotiate with you as to what restrictions they will want. And it depends on how you navigated to that outcome. For example, if you're doing it because you did a Section 18 disposition, there will likely be very firm restrictions on the land value that if it's below fair market value. And if you're doing it as a Section 8 RAD conversion, there will likely be less. And the reason is that HUD is trying to get you to convert, so they will put less restrictions. So, I mean, it's as easy as that. So it's not a simple one-size-fits-all based on that. I'm sorry, I guess I'm doing my best to answer the question.
So let me ask you this question. As it pertains to the example you just gave us, it sounds like, I have two questions, but it sounds like the wash, if you will, produces unrestricted dollars if we are partnering in as developers, right? And so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I tend to avoid that. I use the word cycle.
I'm a real estate guy, it's still wash to me.
That's
So
right.
I understand what
That's
you're
exactly
saying.
what it is.
Yeah, so, but, okay, so I understand that. As we move to this new model, and we are part of the development team, the funds that are coming in, because they'll go through the RDC again, and they're not unrestricted, I mean, they're not restricted dollars that we can then go and reinvest or utilize somewhere else. Is that correct?
Usually not direct, not right away. But to get back to your point, what we call wash or recycling. So let's say that HUD says we are restricting this money for Section 8 purposes. So the question then is, that's fine. So one of the things that is one of the most expedient ways to eliminate future restrictions is that you, on your next project, you say to your development partner, or if you're not, maybe by then you're doing self-development, we will provide a construction loan. But the construction loan is more expeditious because when you get to the end of the project and you convert the perm and you get your money back, it's usually like about a 24-month restriction. Again, you do this with counsel. You've met the requirements of HUD's restriction, and it's now unrestricted money.
So, one last question. In our particular case, Richmond, is this model the greatest source to realize unrestricted dollars? And if not, what is?
This is the greatest source as a practical matter, Commissioner, because there really is no better way than investing in public housing, refinance, redevelopment, or new development in order to be able to insert funding sources and create a new subsidy platform and a new project, which enable you as a part of that conversion to facilitate the movement of money in a way that will reduce restrictions.
You, Jeff, talk about how when those unrestricted dollars are generated, and maybe then probably I'll let Sherelle go to it. How when those unrestricted, and I know the answer, but I'm saying, how when those unrestricted dollars are generated, how can we apply them to benefit the residents and then the authority?
Well, it's a couple of ways. So the first thing is program income, by the way, is usually restricted to operation and maintenance of public housing for the capital needs of public housing, or based on the restrictions, Section 8 or public housing or affordable housing purposes, depends on the level of restriction. So generally, a lot of program income can be used for operations and maintenance if you choose to. Generally, you try and find a way to navigate it so that it has less restrictions on it before you use it, but you can. So I guess the question really is, how does it benefit the residents? It benefits the residents because you're able to reinvest in older, obsolete public housing and redevelop it. You're able to acquire, other assets in order to expand your range of affordable housing. And you're also able to deploy the money for direct services if you want to.
Correct. And just for the record, so we also are allowed to use those unrestricted dollars to invest in our self-sufficiency program, and which will be a focus of ours because HUD only gives us limited dollars for self-sufficiency. Also, we can take those dollars, restricted side, they come out, to invest in what I know that Commissioner Parker's been talking about is the job training side for public housing residents. And also, as you know, we're going to be talking about bringing in faith-based institutions who can also provide some literacy training, right? It's going to be part of this new people program that the boards, you heard Mayor Vula came in and talked about that, so we can use it for that, all those things that we're going to have to use for that people program to get residents. It'll be really, really difficult to get them to that place of self-sufficiency. So we'll be able to use those unrestricted dollars for those purposes.
Jeff, let's walk through a deal. I think it might be helpful if we just kind of walk through one. Because I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to follow up with something Mr. Messman and as you said earlier. In your speak, so obviously as Board of Commissioners, we have shared responsibilities and with restricted funds. We have a limited way we can redeploy those dollars within restricted.
Sure.
As the board, of course, this organization, we're accountable to our residents, to our RHA residents of the city, their elected officials. We're evaluating as a board the deployment of those unrestricted dollars. How should we evaluate the deployment of those funds? What rigor should we be analyzing that deployment through? And what kind of guardrails, parameters, things that should we be kind of constrained by if we're evaluating that?
Well, yeah, no, very good question. So one of the ways I think you do it is by having a development plan and a strategic plan that also translates as to how resources are going to be used. And part of the thing that we want to try and introduce in the next topic is, while none of this is firm, we know how we want to or need to deploy resources in order to effectuate the redevelopment of Creighton, Mosby, and Gilman. And we have some benchmarks based on certain assumptions for Hillside, Whitcomb, and Fairfield. I mean, we know, in other words, and part of what the whole thing is wow, golly gee, there's no way we could possibly do all 6 of these at once. I mean, I'm answering your question, which is with these models and with these sort of overall development plan, you have a sense of sort of how the money should be deployed in your best, in the RRHA's best interest.
Yeah, Commissioner Elliott, I want to have Sid come up as more or less our acting chief financial officer, more, I think, granularly answer your question. I think we're not going to do the deal thing. Sid, can you come up? I'd like for you to more granularly answer as the head of the finance department and how those funds are used. So if you would, Commissioner Elliott, if I can indulge you to repeat your question and ask her answer for you.
Thank you. Just the short version, it was just as the commissioner, when we're looking at the redeployment or the allocation of unrestricted funds, we don't have the parameters, same parameters that are placed on us with restricted funds. What is our role and our obligation for making sure those funds are
deployed and we're giving the proper rigor to the deployment of those funds?
That's actually a really, really good question. So we have a few parameters that we are actually required to do, and that's under the GAAP accounting rule, and that the auditors actually look at. That is your rigor of your budget process. That is your rigor of the recordation of the receipts in the funds and the expenditure of the funds. It's also ensuring applying the appropriate labels to how were these funds received. So when Jeff was talking about the program income form, it tells you whether there is a restriction from HUD, and when that restriction is given and I don't have prior approval for GAAP accounting, those are clearly unrestricted. But what it means in that bucket where I have this project is affordable housing terms or use for affordable housing has a wide definition. What to us, the board defines as affordable housing within the parameters of what HUD describes as being affordable. That's not just brick and mortar, that is programs and support for the residents. And what is it that the residents need? What the board has defined through its goals and objectives for the executive director that is going to be achieved for the agency. So the parameters, as I was just talking about, not just through the accounting method and the auditing process, through the board and the goals that you establish, you say, what are your key goals for the agency and the residents to achieve with the use of the dollars? Let finance tell you what the restriction and unrestrictions are, because we receive those legal documents, we record the notes, we record the interest associated to those mortgages, those notes. And when we do those funding classifications in our books, the auditors evaluate that based on the documents, the legal documents that were provided in the legal opinions, and then our equity distribution, so that little portion in accounting where you got your balance sheet, your assets, your cash, your liabilities, what you have to pay out, and then what's left over after that, your cash, your equity or savings in simple terms, will give you the description or the label that tells you what is restricted, what is unrestricted. And when that report comes to you through monthly financial presentations of the financial statements that you have witnessed, that we provide to the board, the reports that you receive on the financial situation, you can then say and ask, well, wait a minute, I love the cash, but why do I have such high receivables? Why am I not collecting? What does that mean? Because when I collect, I have the cash, then I can pay for the goal, the program that I want. And then let's see how much is flexible, unrestricted versus restriction, where I have to have now rails in place for you to watch and monitor. You can ask those questions in those financial presentations and say, let's document what those restrictions are, so we are not imposing through your annual reviews or your strategic goals items that you cannot fulfill because the guardrails tell you what you can and cannot do. So I think for the fiduciary responsibility on the commissioner's side, you want to know upfront what those are. And when we present the numbers, you then can equate them to your goals, to the executive director for the agency. Now, that's my personal opinion here, but that's would be the typical process through the budgeting and an accounting and audit process with those guardrails. Did I answer the question?
And Commissioners, if I can gratuitously follow up on what our point presentation about the overall 5-year strategic plan. Clearly, after the board sort of sets in stone where we want to be, as opportunities around unrestricted funds come to us, then we have the ability to plug into sort of pre-established goals, pre-established initiatives, and do sort of the gap financing, whatever it takes to get that.
Great. I think now, I love the deep questioning. Now we can either move Ms. Chief of Staff directly to, Mr. Chair, directly to, I think, the asset repositioning of public housing and its impacts. It's going to be pretty long, so we got like a 5-minute break. That we just go directly into.
and then break. It's gonna be pretty long.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. Actually, I don't, well, it's 10:49. All right, we'll be back, we'll reconvene at 11. Our guests, we have food here, beverages, anyone? Thank you.
We've been doing, I'm gonna keep it in case they want no more stuff. Try not to doze off. I keep eating. When Cheryl, when Sharon Ebook was talking up like that, and I'm sleeping. That's he's so funny. Doze off.
Well, we did.
Yeah. And they don't understand. It comes easy to him, but you have people that don't know nothing about it, they don't understand.
Yes, I've been texting a little bit.
So, welcome back. Not yet?
No.
Okay, all right. I jumped my cue.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Really? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. It's, stay at home. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's bring the guests, make sure none of them have managers, overrides. All right, everyone, so we're back at it, and we are going to move into our RRHA Big Six Asset Repositioning Analysis with Tag and Associates. Take it away, Jeff.
Thank you very much. Actually, you won't hear much from me on this one other than a few interludes when need be. John May, who's been actually with TAG, because even though we're small business, been around for a while, for over 25 years, has done months of analysis on the RRHA, its redevelopment scenarios, as well as its operating income and operating changes in operating subsidies. So you're going to get a lot of details here today that we're going to try and present in a way that is digestible and clear, but we're leaving you the full PowerPoint. And we're also offering the opportunity, and I know that Mr. Nesmith will go through that, for follow-up discussion. Because no matter, I think, how well we do this, hopefully we'll do it well, there will be areas where you simply will want more information. And also, as you digest it more, you'll likely have more questions, assuming that you do, of course. So this is really examining what is happening to the agency as it goes through the repositioning of its larger distressed developments. When I say repositioning, it's a word you're going to hear a lot. Repositioning is sort of a catch-all phrase for replacement, redevelopment, but what it also means is right-sizing the development to meet the contemporary needs of the community within the confines of law and regulation. So, for example, when I first started in public housing, there was a tremendous need for extremely large bedroom units. We had a lifestyle that was different. And so we were always doing breakthroughs, because I was at the Boston Housing Authority, in order to consolidate units to make larger bedrooms. Sometime around the early 1990s, when I was doing work for the National Commission on Severely Distressed Public Housing, and I went all over the country with the commission and so forth to do findings for the Congress. And I show up in Puerto Rico. And the next thing I find out is that the average household size in Puerto Rico is 2.5. So I say to myself, boy, haven't things changed? And that was really actually a forebearer of what was to come. Our largest bedroom size demand is usually 1 bedrooms, followed by 2s, because that is the characteristics of the population that we are serving, and more near non-elderly disabled households as well. It's part of the fabric. So we generally will reconfigure bedroom sizes to the extent that we're able, and we will also try and create an income mix. And with that, of course, as we talked about, we will be looking to change to a more reliable and supportable subsidy platform that also attracts private debt and equity. That's what we mean by reposition. I just wanted to be sort of offer that future context. And so I'm going to stop talking and let John May go through his presentation. Please.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I moved the microphone out. All right.
Trying to get it. I'm a little taller than a lot of folks. So as Jeff said, we're gonna dive into a little detail about the Big Six. And of the Big Six, we've got 3 projects, we can call them the Big 3, that are actively in the development pipeline now. That is, they are in development, in some cases under construction, or in pre-development and are going to close, fairly soon. So we're going to deal with those 3, and then we're going to deal with the other 3. And the second 3, and those first 3, of course, as we know, are Creighton, Mosby, and Gilpin. And then there's the next 3 of the Big 6 of Hillside, Fairfield, and Wickham. And we will talk about those 2, and we'll describe very briefly the analysis we did on those. But looking at the Big 3, we can go to the page 2. So in your packet, these pages are numbered, so I'll let you know what page we're on, so you can follow along. So when we're talking about, for the first 3, we did a full, what we call an asset repositioning analysis. So what does it, what do we mean by asset repositioning? So, and this has been mentioned earlier, these properties are being transitioned from being traditional, conventional public housing properties under the public housing subsidy platform and all that entailed. These are being transitioned upon, as they're being redeveloped, they're being transitioned to different subsidy platforms and different rent structures. So one of the main subsidy platforms that they're being transitioned to is project-based voucher, Section 8. But some of them are also becoming LIHTC only units, which means They are at a below market rent, but the rent is not subsidized, it's not income based, but it is below market and designed to be affordable, 60% to low income people. And then in the case of some of these, there's also market units sprinkled in there also, which would be at whatever the prevailing market rate. So that's sort of what we're looking at when we're doing this asset transition. Just all the other things, the baseline of what is supporting these properties, the operating subsidy is being changed, and along with that change, how the housing authority gets money out of the properties goes through a change. It doesn't get money the way it used to get money out of these properties. It gets money in a different way, and in a way that is more similar to what happens in a market, real estate deal. It comes out of cash flow, it comes out of those developer fees, it comes out of price that's paid for land acquisition price. So we're going to walk through that a little bit of where that money is coming from, right now. So the first three that we're looking at, they have, as mentioned, they have development plans. We have pro formas for most of them, not all of the phases. We're talking about 25. We're talking about 25 phases in these first three as it's planned right now. We got pro formas for maybe 17 of those. So when we're doing this, we're looking at both where we looked at both. The main thing being what happens when this transitions and how does that affect the income housing authority. We also looked a little bit at the financial feasibility and where the gap financing is. In other words, how much money is going to need to be raised in order to actually make these a reality. We looked at all the existing plans. In some cases, we made some projections off of what the developers had already given us, the development partners. We got 3 development partners involved here. In some cases, we made some reasonable projections off of that where we didn't have anything from them. There's a fairly solid basis in terms of what these numbers are actually going to be. But of course, things change as you get to actually closing these projects. So these are, this is the best information we have right now. So going to the next slide here. Just want to briefly be able to show you here what I was talking about before. These are the housing authority's sources of revenue to the central office of the housing authority, not including what just goes back into the property for operating expenses. But what really is revenue to the housing authority? Take the microphone with you when you speak.
Okay.
Sorry, some people having trouble hearing me. Just take it off. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just stand here. No need to be dramatic. This is what the this is basically where these sources were coming from under the current public housing model that these properties have been operating under, and the majority of the phases, other than those that have already been converted, are still operating under. And then over here, and then on the right side here, these are the sources. These are the sources of funding once we do conversion. Once we get these converted to a Section 8 platform with LIHTC only units, unsubsidized LIHTC only units and market units. These are the sources from which the housing authority will be getting its revenue. There's some transitional sources in there. Top two, there's sources from HUD, which is the voucher admin fee, very important source because there's a lot of vouchers going into these. And then there's the things that come about because of developer fee to the housing authority. And then there's payments that come out of cash flow. So we're gonna talk for each of these properties about what kind of impact that has when we transition from what's on the left side to what's on the right side here. Okay.
Hey, John, can I do like a reality check one? You might just, at this point, Commissioner, everything cool in terms of the sources now, the sources in the future, questions or thoughts about this before? See.
Good question, Mike. And John, just FYI, so we have folks online that, as you step away, may not hear you.
Okay.
And then for our recording purposes, so that as we revisit you're speaking into the mic, the audible is nice and clear, and so that's why the requests have come. They've been so nice to bring you a pointer so that you don't have to step away as often. But that being said, any of my colleagues have any questions about information that's being shared thus far? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just curious, how many of these funds, I guess, need to go into the deal versus management fees for the housing authority to keep?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
So the HUD funds that are coming in asset repositioning, transition, how much of that needs to go into the deal versus being funds that the housing authority has to spend on?
So what we're dealing here with these sources, these are sources that are coming, these are things that are coming out and going to the housing authority. And what the housing authority is actually putting into these deals, which was mentioned earlier in terms of, just the ability to do the deal on, deed restricted, land restricted by deed of trust, the ability to do the deal. The subsidy that is coming, which can only come through the housing authority, private developers don't get subsidy other than through public agency. And then also providing the land. And the land is, as you know, is a big deal. It's a very valuable resource, and it gets more valuable as development goes on. Prices go up. So those are the main. The first deal of Creighton, there was a development loan from the housing authority to support the development of that, separate from those. That is not planned for any of the other phases. The idea being a housing authority is putting in the land, putting these other resources. Shouldn't have to put in additional development loans.
It got off and I
I don't know if that addressed
Back
you were.
in the back on. Well, I want to see if you can get it on there.
Commissioner, may I ask for clarification? Do you have an ongoing operating subsidy? How, after we get the deal done, how does the stabilization and ongoing sustainable, is that part of the question you're asking? I don't know.
My pen.
Okay.
Oh, hey, John, I think I asked a question as a follow-up.
Hey, Jeff, why don't you stay up there with litigation? Were you asking the question?
Yeah, I was actually trying to.
You were.
I was following up with the
there.
commission, yeah. But I think you have the answer, because I think the question could very well be, of the funds that we'll be getting in the new model, how much goes into getting the deal done, construction, et cetera? What kind of funding do we have for ongoing operations, ongoing sustainability of the property through this different model?
Well, I think the answer to the question is what we're going to get to. So in other words, I think Commissioner Hardiman asked sort of what goes into the deal. Right now, these are the outputs from the public housing model versus the Section 8 Section 8 model, which is primarily the change. But part of what John is trying to lay out here is, what do we get now in terms of outputs? What will we get in terms of outputs later? And how can we influence that through good negotiation and sound management of the redevelopment process? Because if you don't, you're a loser. If you do, you're a winner. That's all. So.
Yeah, so as I said, these.
We have a question.
Okay.
I think what would work for me, and you may have said this earlier, that at some point there's going to be a pro forma that's going to lay all this out.
Well, there'll be a few.
Okay.
Probably what we should
Take the mic off.
Yes, sir. So probably what we should do is go into the analysis and get into Creighton, and then we won't be speculating. I mean, part of our concern is we've done enough background. I think we've done. If we do more background, we're gonna have a diminishing returns effect. So let's just move along, John, and then we'll get to it, buddy.
Okay. So going to the next slide then. We're gonna start out here with Creighton Court. As as you know, the development partner here is Community Builders. We've got planned 12 phases, 733 units. 9 of those phases are affordable and market, mixed affordable market. 2 of them are all market, and 1 of them is planned to be a home ownership.
It's active. I don't know. And you'll be okay.
Okay. So our analysis of the numbers we're going to show you did not include the 2 all market and 1 home ownership phase. The 2 all market phases may be being moved up, get priority, and TCB, the Housing Authority, are talking about that right now because TCB has expressed an interest. But the numbers you're going to see are the 9 rental phases that have both affordable and, in some cases, market in them. So on this one, just as I said, our projections were based on what we've got from our development partners, TCB in this case. We've got pro formas, development plan. We've got basic development plan for all phases. We've got numbers actually for 3 of them. So that's what we were relying on for this, and then we did projection to what the rest of the phases would look like. The other 6 phases. Yes. So to summarize, there are challenges to this deal. This is a deal that was done a while ago. This deal doesn't work well for the Housing Authority, primarily because the share that the Housing Authority is getting on this is 25%. And that's a cash flow and also developer fee. So what ends up happening with this is that once these phases are converted away from the public housing platform, Housing Authority actually gets less money than it would be getting if it had stayed under the public housing platform. Clearly not the direction you want to be going in with these conversions, but it's a result of a deal that just doesn't give the Housing Authority enough of a share to make it whole for what it loses when you're converting away from public housing and going to different sources. So we highlighted a couple of ways in which RRHA may be able to make this deal better, not really turn it around, but certainly make it a better deal for the Housing Authority. One of them is to have more PPP units, because right now the number of PPP units that the developer has proposed is less than 30% of the total units. There should be more PPPs than that available. If you up that to 50%, that increases the revenue to the Housing Authority quite a bit. The other thing being that the developer wants to charge an interest rate on the developer fee, because the developer fee is essentially a loan of developer fees to the project. They want to charge an interest rate. That's not commonly done. That really cuts into cash flow. So that's something that would be very good to get rid of in this deal. That would improve the deal a lot for the Housing Authority. It still wouldn't quite put it in a situation where there's more revenue coming out than would have come out if it had just remained under public housing as it is now. But it certainly would make the deal, a lot better. It would cut the losses by quite a bit. And if we the other impact of that would be particularly when we're talking about putting more PBV units in there, which have a much higher rent than the LIHTC only units, and in most cases market units as well. Would be that we could the gap, the financing gap that would be here would be quite a bit lower. So this is what we were talking about with the existing business terms. We changed it to this, more PPV units. It has a corresponding impact on what the gap financing for this would be, making the project more financially feasible. Fewer additional sources that are identified now that would have to be raised. So That's something that we would recommend. We recommend to do to make the Creighton deal better. So let's move on to Mosby. So Mosby, as you probably know, Richmond Group is our development partner here. There's 3 housing phases in addition to a standalone infrastructure phase. Projected number of units, 452. We have one developer has provided one financial pro forma financial model for this, which is the first phase of the 3-phase project. We worked off of that. This deal, as you see, works a lot better. Go to the next slide, I'm sorry. This deal, as we can see, works a lot better for the housing authority. Projected under public housing would be $2.8 million. Under conversion, $15.4 million. So considerably different from the Creighton deal. And that's as a result of the fact that in this particular deal, Housing Authority has a 40% share of the developer fee and a couple of other fees, their partner fees, and has a 50-50 share of all the operating cash flow that comes out of the property. So that makes it a considerably better deal for the Housing Authority, and is kind of the reverse of, the impact of it is kind of the reverse of what we saw in Creighton. You can see here where the sources are coming out of here. This is in your packet as well. But the takeaway here is, you really need to have more than a 25% share out of the developer and more than a 25% share out of the operating cash flow.
But I also want to make another point too, which is not only do we have 5% share of the cash flow, we also are paying 75% of the pre-development expenses. And yes.
I'm sorry, just what I'm addressing what you just said.
Yeah.
Well, the numbers that you said, where they're coming from?
They're coming from their master development agreement, the agreement the authority negotiated in 2015 and executed in 2015.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Answering that question.
Yeah, no, the information about Mosby is coming from the master development agreement that was executed, I guess, in 23 with the Richmond Group. And the ones you'll see for Gilpin is in the master development agreement that was executed in 24. So more contemporary, many years later. But in other words, we're paying 75% of pre-development costs. We're getting only 25% of management or developer fee, 25% of cash flow. Cash flow waterfall is not as favorable as Mosby. And okay, I won't go too close to the mic. And we also are in a situation where they are putting a interest rate on developer fee. And to be more clear is what that does is it enables them to continue to collect 75% before our cash flow in the waterfall. We get the benefit, or at least those things that we negotiated better. So the fact of the matter is that what we said earlier is how you negotiate each project, lenders and investors, and the structure of it is important on a project basis to get the benefit of your bargain. Because if you're asleep at the wheel, you won't get the benefit of your bargain. Not to say there's anything clandestine or insidious here, but in other words, people are motivated to do what is in their own financial best interest, and we should be too. That's all. So if our eyes are open, we can have a good dialogue.
Jeff and John, can we go back 1 second just to clarify the question that Commissioner Hardeman asked about what money is actually that comes into the deal. You already talked about what goes into the deal itself, but then how much is being are we realizing for the operating budget? So can you point, so that third bullet down, which is fees and payments from operating budget and cash flow, the expectation for Mosby South on an annual basis is $6.8 million coming into the property, to operate the property?
No, that's beyond what operates the property. In other words, that comes in after you've already paid the operating expenses. See what I mean? So, this is net of what it costs to actually operate the property, maintenance, administration, management fee, utilities, all those. This is net of that. So we're talking about net cash.
And so this goes,
And it's 20 years.
over 20 years, not an annual. Okay. So this money, we would be able to use towards things that we're talking about in the strategic plan, and the board and staff making decisions about, are we putting money towards self-sufficiency? Are we putting money back into other properties that need modernization? Is this would be a source of that kind of stream of investment?
Well, the money that you're getting out of this, a lot of it will either be less restricted, or maybe in some cases, depending on what you put in, maybe unrestricted. So yes, it's the choice of the housing authority, because this will be the housing authority's money to use, and there will be various restrictions, but certainly using it on another public housing property, something you'll be able to use these income streams for.
And these numbers are the result of 40% negotiated on this deal. So if it were 25%, those numbers would be much less, which is our Creighton situation.
Right.
Exactly. Commissioner Hardeman, you got a question?
So those are aggregate numbers over 20 years. What does cash flow look like in the early years? When do we become cash flow positive? Paying 75% of the developer fees, pre-development fees, development costs. That's going to be a fairly significant cash outlay in the first few years. So is that positive cash flow?
We pay no pre-development costs for most. Yeah, so let me make sure. We pay no pre-development costs for Mosby. We pay 75% for Creighton. So the deal is, I think it's a good question, because, we're trying to make sure we get everything in here. So pre-development is a big deal. We pay no pre-development costs for Mosby. For Gilpin, we get 35% of the fee if we pay no pre-development costs. If we pay 50% of pre-development costs, we get 40% of the developer fee. Right now, because we haven't generated a lot of fees from this, doesn't behoove us to contribute to pre-development. For Gilpin, we take 35% of the fee. It's a better deal. So then we got to go out and borrow money and pay an interest rate. We have an internal rate of return, it will be. So sometime later on in Gilpin, we probably will go for 40% fee.
So let me ask you then, for the outstanding phases of Creighton, is that what we're going back to the table for?
I can answer that. The answer is yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Only talking about Mosby.
Okay.
What absorbing fees that we can increase to make the return of investment worthwhile?
So right now, we have generally a best practice in terms of return on cash flow, which is 50%, and developer fee, which is 40%, and also treating market value of the land, which is not that much, but as later phases go on, will be, as we increase value. So not much at this point. We've really got quite a bit, such that the developer who's incurring all the pre-development expenses and substantial portions of the overhead has to make a return. So I think we've gone about as far as we can go with Mosby. I think we've gone as far as we can go with Gilpin, but we got more of a road that's still left untraveled with Creighton, and we will.
John, can you get with your presentation? You can just go down to the next slide. The highlighted point is what we've been discussing, that difference between getting that larger share of the developer and the larger share of cash flow split. A couple of other things maybe we need to, there are financing gaps in this, particularly on the on the phases that have not been, that have not been performing. Those will need to be addressed. There isn't a specific plan now from the developer about how those are going to be addressed, but I mean, they are there, so that affects the timeline of financial feasibility. And obviously, the development schedule has changed, so we're not clear exactly what in the end are going to be the development dates of this. We made some assumptions. Those could all change, as with all assumptions on pre-development. So let's go. If we go to the next slide, please. Just want to quickly highlight. This is what we're looking at for what the total funding gap is across the 3 phases. About $10 million, about $10 million a phase, a little less than the first phase. With this in terms of the PBVs, we're not looking at very many tenant protection vouchers coming in, which would be the main source of PBVs, because there won't be a lot of units being removed here compared to what's being compared to the units that are being rebuilt. So that is a challenge for this, unless another source of PBVs. Is there a question?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay. What I was saying, the part about these are the gaps that we projected. What plays into the funding gaps, and also what comes out of the project in terms of proceeds, has a lot to do with how many Section 8 units can be put there. In terms of the main source of Section 8 units for these projects, Section 8 vouchers being the tenant protection vouchers that HUD awards after you're approved for demolition and disposition. There are not going to be many tenant protection vouchers coming out of this. So unless other sources for those PBVs materialize, that is a financing issue for Mosby. We'd be relying more on these LIHTC only units. Rents are very much lower. They're also not as affordable because it's not a tenant-based subsidized rent. It's simply a below market rent. So that doesn't meet the goal of trying to enhance affordability for low-income residents nearly as well as the tenant-based Section 8 vouchers. Did you get all that? Yeah, and let me know if there's anything either you need me to repeat or you need to explain. Thank you. Keep going. Go to the next slide here. All right, so the third one of the big 3 is Gilpin Court. Much bigger project, 1,300 units. We've got 12 phases altogether, including the first built ones that are upside, and HRI, of course, it's our development partner there. In this case, we have from HRI to pro formas for all 12 of the phases. That's what we've been using as the basis for figuring out the redevelopment proceeds. And we also, we have a well-developed, development plan for these. Obviously, over 12 phases, so change in the future. But we have something right now that's kind of solid in terms of what this project will look like as a plan and financially across the 12 phases. So we can go to the next slide.
Yeah, they're selling one right now.
I just want to note, number one, with Gilpin Court, these numbers are approximate. The 1,300 is Gilpin proper plus 2 Bill First that are off-site but in very, very close proximity. There are also other affordable housing developments that are either online now or coming on that would increase that number and facilitate the one-for-one replacement for affordable housing. I think that's key to mention here with that.
Agreed.
But we are still working through that, starting with the 56 units, which are the Bill First Project number 1. The compilation of 21 lots, vacant, owned by RRHA. We ground lease everything, so we got that control from the approach that you heard this morning. But I just wanted, and thank you, John, for letting me share that.
Thank you for identifying that.
Yeah, very, very important. Okay, so if we can, we're, again with this one, looking at the proceeds. This again is a deal. This is a 3565 as Jeff mentioned. Still 50% split on the cash flow as with Mosley. And as you can see, the income to the housing authority is enhanced quite a bit by the conversion away from the public housing platform and into the Section 8, like only, and there's market units, small number of market units on most or all of these phases. And you can see here where our sources are coming from. A significant amount. I mean, if you just look at the first two sources, which basically are, unless the deal blows up, those sources are not really, those sources don't depend on you're going to generate the cash flow. If you look at these the first two sources here, you're already doing better than you would have done under public housing. And those are fairly assured sources, as opposed to the cash flow, which depends on how much cash flow comes out of the project and where operating expenses go, and you get your expected increases in income and all that. It's always a little bit more questionable. So that's a good position. That's a good position to be in.
I think it is key because we don't get all of that money at one time. Or correct me if I'm wrong, because
no, you're right.
And so when people hear that, I'm jumping up and down, and I know the agency is, because it will go into the goals that's identified by us. But I think it is key for our residents and all of us to understand that we don't get that all at once. Is there some time frame? And then are there restrictions on that money, going back to Commissioner Elliott's, and that we will work with the board to plan the use of that as it comes in. So could you, because that 42 million, you got 12 phases. You know how long that's going to take us? If we're saying it takes 2 years, Jeff, to do a phase approximately?
I mean, I think right now we go out to like 2036 on this plan, yeah.
I just want everybody to know, because when I hear 42 million and 14 million, I'm jumping up and down. But you ain't getting all of that at once. We are not getting all of that at once. So just want to make sure we know that.
Right. And by the same token, you're also not converting everything from public housing all at once. So it's happening phase by phase, or depending on the strategy, you may demolish 2 phases at the same time. Like you guys in Creighton, for example, there was a strategy there to sort of maximize TPP. But so your transition is happening over time, and as I mentioned, I mean, this is a 10-year timeline horizon at least for going through 12 phases of this. And that's if everything goes well and they can be funded timely, all those kinds of things. But for each phase, I just want to mention real quickly, for each phase, proceeds during development happen while it's being developed. So that's anywhere. It's usually a 2 to 3.5 year timeline from when the project is closed to when it's completed and it's converted to all its permanent financing, all its permanent loans, all the money has come in. For each phase, that's the timeline that happens over. The transition funding is funding that comes from HUD, and there's one chunk of it, the ARF, which comes in over 3 years, and there's another chunk of it, which is the TF, which is related to capital funding that comes in over 5 years. And that's for each demolished and disposition phase. So assuming we did this as like 12 demolitions, then there would be 12 timelines, one for each of that coming in, and they would be overlapping. They would be overlapping. So you might be coming in from 3 different phases at any one time. They're overlapping, and there's 3 and 5 year timelines. So that sort of gives you an idea. We had as part of the report we had done sort of a timeline, like a Gantt chart type timeline, which takes it out in time and shows you that, which is pretty illustrative, but we didn't want to bring it up here today because it's a very big chart, and it's hard to look at without getting a headache.
And speaking of which, so with the fees and payments, i.e. your asset management fee, seller note payments, are they monthly or quarterly distributions?
Generally.
So, I negotiated the agreement. So the asset management fee would be paid annually. The seller note would be based on the schedule worked out with the investor. So, it can go 20 years, 40 years. I mean, as those of you in development know, and also is based on the investors, what's called residual analysis, to get a tax opinion, all that stuff. So with the asset management fee, we negotiated. We said, look, if you're going to do property management in the early years, we have an inherent responsibility for asset management purposes. And now there ain't going to be no HUD fee. So we want you to pay a fee out. And basically it's not the same, but it's about a third of the management fee so that we can do our job. That's all.
Generally, these things are figured out on a sort of an annual true-up related to the audit for the property, but different arrangements can be made.
So I have a question. And Cheryl, thank you for bringing light to the fact that these big numbers are stretched out over a period of time. And we obviously can understand from the conversion, it's a lot more profitable and more the futuristic model than the public housing model. But one thing that we lose is our monthly income, right? And so in your observation, do you have recommendations for the authority how we overcome our loss of monthly income for operations on other areas that we would normally use income for?
So in the aggregate, we do better. Because of the nature of deferred developer fee, so first in position is deferred developer fee, and we're in the waterfall for developer fee. We have modeled in a cursory way the long-term, takeout, and we do better in every scenario. In other words, there are some small dips, but they're more than outweighed by earlier upswings. Like in the earlier part of these phases, we have asset repositioning fee coming from HUD. And basically what that is, you get 100% the first year of your subsidy, then you get 75, 50, and then 0. So that's the method. So we generally do well. Yeah.
There are some things you can do doing redevelopment. As you heard him say, there is a step down each year you're in development, right? For that operating subsidy from HUD in reposition. So when you're in redevelopment, we can't take 20 years to plan a project. We have to move it, and so you can see why the expediency, once we've done from our approaches, the resident input, notifying them all throughout the process. But the second thing is while you're in redevelopment, it is key when it comes to things like demolition. You want to have a phasing approach that you mitigate for safety, like what we're doing at Creighton now. We're on our last year as of October 1, 2026, we get no subsidy from HUD. So we have to move our projects. We have to think about how we do demolition. And why I'm saying think of that, you don't want to have empty buildings on a site, because when that operating subsidy stops from HUD, you still have to maintain buildings if you got people there, or you got to board them up. Either one creates a challenge as it relates to management of your asset there in operation. So we then phase or group phases for demolition that would be better, so we don't have to board a building up. We can demo in phases, but you have to work with your residents so that they have options, that one-for-one replacement, keeping it when they have affordable units in and off site. So we bill at Creighton, we relocate, tenant protection vouchers, they move to the new buildings, or they transfer to public housing. So it's all connected. You gotta keep it moving to do that.
Thank you.
I'll just ask a question. You mentioned that 40% development fee for most was good, and it was operating for cash flow for most people. What was it for? You mentioned it like this.
So for Gilpin, it's 35% if they cover all pre-development. We cover 50% of pre-development, it's 40%. And in all cases, it's 50% for cash flow, 50-50. So that's the model.
And as you had mentioned before also, at some point you do the analysis of, do we do better paying the pre-development and the carrying cost of that, time value of that money versus just taking the 5% less and not being responsible for anything.
This question is for our CEO. I know, I appreciate you to answer this question. How, with all of this going on, how are we going to build trust with the tenants to make sure that their best interest is and the best interest of housing authority as well?
So glad you. I think one of the best ways we build trust with the residents as we're doing all this, I want to mention one thing. What we're talking about here are the physical buildings themselves. So I'm glad you asked the question, because we're not talking about what we've heard mentioned under a proposed partnership between RRHA and the city under the proposed people. The way we build trust, I believe, is once I believe that's going to happen soon, come to an agreement with the city around the people plan, which is robust. It brings in and brings the residents to the table, right? In the people plan. I'm going to be soon. You got the camera on. She and I, Kira, she and I are going to be talking about even how not only the residents themselves, but the tenant council residents, the RTO, and yes, the open informed residents. Them too. You must bring all of them to the table. And I believe that once the residents hear about the new people plan where they're more at the table, and we're not talking high level like this, because if you were to take this and run a story, the first thing I say is, why didn't you hear much about the people? So I hope anyone who's looking, who's online or otherwise, understand we look forward to talking about and building out that people plan. And that's how we're going to build trust, is to make sure they're at the table in all of the decision making, which I think that's the way to answer your question.
All right, I want to go back to the cash flow I recognize, I just want to say, we have to redevelop, glad we're doing it, ways to ensure that we're maximizing value. But I also understand that there will be first years, will likely, will we be in a negative cash flow situation? Will we be in a negative cash flow situation with the developers? I don't, because I feel like we're having a cash flow issue now. And I want to make sure that we are thinking about that so we're not in a worse cash flow position as we move forward with these. And also, I mean, I can't speak for the board who made the decision on Creighton before, but I think some of the thought of sacrificing some of the equity and share and fees was in an effort to kind of buy down what the rents would be from the development partner. So is there some kind of equation where we're looking at balancing between, you know, what rents are going to have to be charged by on the project for us to have more equity in it? Does that make sense?
So it does make sense. And the answer to the question is not sort of a straight line. So what we have done with Creighton is we've said, well, if we go to a 50% project-based voucher participation, as opposed to looking at tax credit only and dealing with folks at 50% less of AMI, we're losing a certain amount of money. So we've looked at what that is, and also what the cash flow benefit. In other words, it's no skin off the developer's nose because they're in the deal. So if in fact we're sharing cash flow, whatever it is, they will get more. Also, they'll be able to generate more debt, and it'll give them less money to go fish for when they go to fund the gap. Now, to get to your first question, which is also a very good question, is that so in the early years, we're not getting cash flow, we're getting developer fee. Basically, all cash flow, distributable cash flow, some stuff goes to pay the investor and all that, but distributable cash flow goes to deferred developer fee first. And once we get past deferred developer fee, the cash flow no longer used to pay deferred developer fee gets distributed in accordance with the waterfall, of which, I mean, there's sort of two things going on here. One, we get 50% of the aggregate, but we've also negotiated where our items are higher in the waterfall, particularly if they can't pay for the ground lease. In other words, the ground lease payment will come up high. One of the reasons why, again, this is a struggle with how far you go into the details, but you've asked a question where I think it warrants going down into a little bit more detail. One of the problems with Creighton, again, it was negotiated 11 years ago. So, we didn't cry for spilled milk. We didn't, and maybe it wasn't spilled milk then. It's just is now. That's all. So with Creighton, the reason why we get concerned with the interest rate on the developer fee is that it extends out the developer fee payment by attaching an interest rate to it. Now, that's to the developer's benefit. The developer's benefit is the longer they get 75% of the money, the better. And so you would say, well, if it's a 75-25 for the cash flow, why do you care? Well, we do care because the devil's in the details. While we get in the aggregate, it's likely they will never all be paid. So what comes first is the ground lease payment and the seller loan, which is us. So of the first money out, we're high in the waterfall. We get it first. So of available cash flow, we may be in effect, right, getting 60 or 70% of the cash flow once the deferred fee is paid. More of a reason for them to want to elongate the deferred fee payment. Now, if you ask me, because I don't know, because we're going to have a conversation with these guys who say, we ain't doing this anymore. It's not in our MDA. But one of the reasons why they may do it is because the investor might say, I can increase additional tax credit basis and therefore give you more developer equity and reduce your capital account or capital contribution. I doubt that that's the reason that we would get more equity that would be worthwhile than going and deferring the cash flow. But you know what? I don't know for sure. I got to look at their model. And one of the problems we have is that they don't share their model with us, which is why we wanted to start sharing the model. So some of this is circular, but I just want to be, because we're all intelligent people and you're asking intelligent questions. I want to make sure I give you enough information to have a sense that I'm answering it. That's all.
So, those of you who are not familiar, I mean, the model he was referring to is really how the investor is funding the project and what tax benefits the tax credit investor is getting out of it. Because that's what they're in it for. And so they give you a model, and there's all kinds of things related to taxes and how they can get their tax things, and that impacts things like what interest rate goes on development, what interest rate goes on soft loans, all those kinds. Just for people who are not as familiar. Let's let me go down to the next slide. Excuse me. We have talked quite in length about the impact of the partner shares and the cash flow shares. So we've got that. A couple other things we wanted to highlight is we do have significant financing gaps here according to the developers pro forma, which are going to be a challenge. But some of these phases, some of these phases are a number of years out. So there's plenty of time to figure out how to address those. It's possible some of these phases, for example, like phase 5, might get broken up into 2 phases because that might be the only feasible way to really get financing for a whole complete phase. That could happen, or that's a little ways out. Those decisions haven't been made. We also want to point out that the Housing Authority is responsible for a clean and buildable site. That involves demolition costs and also remediation costs that have come up already. That's not included in our analysis. There's been funding from the city of Richmond for that before, but that doesn't factor into our analysis. That's a separate consideration and is done as a separate phase, so that the Housing Authority can deliver the site for development as a clean and buildable site ready to go. And the other thing we did want to mention is when we're talking about market units, the way, based on the market studies we've seen, the way market rents are right now, 80% LIHTC rents, which would be affordable to low-income people, are actually higher in many cases, at least in the market studies we have, than market rents. So that does beg the question of, do you really get an advantage over the market rents, whereas you can provide some affordability, you can provide some affordability and restrictions, for permanent deed, or at least long-term deed restrictions by using the 80% LIHTC rents, because it's not going to impact your revenue at all. So that's a question that will need to be addressed when things come up, and as market rents change, as these sites get developed, market rents will go up. But we wanted to highlight that. If we can go to the next one, I just want to summarize a couple of things out of looking at these 3, and then we're going to very briefly talk about the second 3. As a whole project, Gilpin Court here's what we're looking at as a funding gap. So it's fairly substantial, bigger for some, as I mentioned, than others. Here you can see what our subsidy mix is here. And as we see a lot of LIHTC only, and I mentioned on the market rate units, a lot of market rate units, there could well be some change between some flipping around between some of these units that are in market rate up to maybe 80% of 80% LIHTC units, maybe even 60%, depending on what the market studies look like. But certainly 80% is quite possible. Looking at the first 3 as a whole, to give you an idea of scale, we're looking at approximately $900 billion development costs for Creighton, Mosby, and Gilpin including phases that have already closed. So including all 25 phases that we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. You know, very, very big project. I mean, approaching $1 billion certainly will well be $1 billion once all is said and done or more. Given the way construction costs are going up, effects of things like tariffs. The site preparation cost is a major cost that the housing authority is responsible for and needs to be planned for as a separate source. And I can give you this information separately, but in terms of the sourcing we're looking at now, the main sources that we're really dependent on here, our capital stack is really dependent on low-income housing tax credits. That's like 40% of everything that we're looking at, the cost of funding these projects. VDHA, between their permanent loans that they offer and their soft loans, is up there at like another like 30 to 32%. And then you know, other sources, and there's various other sources in these, including the seller note. But we're the low-income housing tax credits and the VDHA funding and soft sources are very important to these projects. I mean, very important to filling gaps in these projects and making these projects financially feasible. So
can we just pause there for a moment and ask if any board members have any questions on the financial gaps as we look at the 12 phases that we talked
I don't have any questions about the financial gaps. They exist. And but it definitely look to be as creative. I understand we don't have all answers today. But one thing that stands out is messaging. Messaging is critically important to our residents. The messaging of the transition from public housing, which, you know, we have a partner in waiting, and we're moving to that end, where the people plan will be so critically important in helping us to convey the messaging that public housing no longer will exist, not as a result of what we decide, but as we continue to evolve, and this is across the nation, so that our residents begin to understand, because when you start mixing LIHTC and, you know, mixed market rate properties, the first argument becomes, well, they put us out of homes. And so the onus is on both the authority and the city to make certain that we deliver messaging that meets our families at the level that they are, so that the finger pointing is less and the comprehension level increases, because we as professionals understand what's happening and what our challenges are. But outside of the numbers of, you know, the overall $81 million financial gap, the messaging is most critical.
John, I think we can skip the next slide, which is funding gap forecast, because we've done that well. I think we ought to move to the funding gaps.
all right, so yeah, so you mentioned the funding gap analysis on the last three. It's in your packet. You can take a look at it. You know, you can always ask questions, you know, if you have them. But I think that the one thing that everybody's been wondering is what's going to be next beyond the first three, the big three. And so
you will have a presentation on that from Cheryl Hampton in the afternoon. I just want to say, to sort of put this into perspective, what the Board of Commissioners have before them as it relates to the Big Six in this document. We were able to forecast and tag and associate what the financial current models are, what their projected funding gaps are, looking at the development fees, etc. In the current three, that is in Creighton, Mosby, and what might be. For the remaining three, what John will tell you, which I'm going to tee him up we were not able to go into granular detail and make predictions because we've not done a physical needs assessment on the remaining 3 outside the current 3. So what, for the others, Wiggum Wilson, the others, they are just that, estimates. So these numbers should not be looked at these are the numbers. Am I right or am I wrong, Jim?
That's right, that's right. I mean, these are very broad cost estimates.
John, please speak into the mic for us.
These are very broad cost estimates, just to give you an idea of the scale of it. But these are, we don't have developer pro formas for these. We don't have cost estimates, construction cost estimates or anything like that for these. So these are very broad estimates, just so we get an idea of sort of what it looks like in a big picture way, and how big a project these 3 would be. So that was the main part of this exercise, just so the Housing Authority could see what's in front of it in terms of trying to develop these next 3.
So we did look at zoning and we did look at replacement costs for replacing the units. So I mean, there are some benchmarks that make sense. What's the property zoned for? What's the cost to replace a unit currently? We mix that together. What does that mean? Then we apply how much of it would be eligible tax credit basis, how much of it would be eligible for soft loans. So there is a basis in it all, but at the end of the day, it's not based on any specific city or development program that's been presented. It's hypothetical.
Yeah, so I mean, we use, we use what HUD has as like cost guidelines for housing construction, and just sort of what, costs have been on the soft cost side, because I gave the, just for, based on some of the other projects and what the housing authorities cost experience have been on some of the housing authorities projects. So they said, it gives you an idea of the size of the bread box, but it's by no means a real development. So I mean, basically what we come out to, I think is, I mean, and I don't think we want to, I don't know if we want to go into each one individually, but we could certainly look at all together what basically what the financing gaps are that we're looking at, to give folks an idea of what our analysis came out with. So if we look here, so here's the last 3. As you can see, if we look at the funding per gap, we're talking about 9.5 to 10.8 million, and that's after you count tax credit equity, all first mortgages, certain assumptions about deferred developer fee. That's the other financing that we need to get. And that could come from the VDHA sources I mentioned before, some of the soft loan sources, some of the second mortgage sources that they have. That could come from some of those. There certainly would be a gap after that, because we'd probably be talking about maybe 3 to 4, maybe 5 million per phase. So there would certainly be a gap. After that, that would need to be solved for, that would need to be done. And of course, the gap would certainly be different than what we have estimated, not unlikely larger than what we have estimated. So you can also see here the gap as a comparison, the gap on the first 3 here, which are much more developed projects in terms of the financial planning. So showing much smaller gaps. And so a point here, and for all of these, for these and for the first 3, it's the availability of which tax credits do you use. So for folks who are familiar, you've got 9% tax credits, you've got 4% tax credits. 9% tax credits provide more tax credit equity because investor gets more credit. 4% does less. A lot of the developers have 9% and 4%. Lever developer models have 9% and 4% interspersed. The question you always have to deal with, the 9% are competitive. So you have to compete for those. The 4% are as right. All you need to get is tax bonds. You can get those. The question is always, how many 9% credits can you expect to be awarded, how many applications do you want to do in a year? Which ones do you want to apply for? And the developer has proposals on these, but of course, this will need to be revisited as the situation changes every year in terms of the amount of credits that are available. So that has a big financial impact. You don't want to be competing with yourself for credits by submitting 2.9% in a year generally. You want to put your best foot forward in every credit round and do that. With the number of phases here, it's going to be a challenge to figure out which one you want to apply for 9% for, and which one you just want to take the as right 4% credits for. So that's something that will be a major financial decision going forward with RRHA.
That's it?
Yes, and so other questions?
Well, I will certainly share that you guys have covered a lot of ground. Much more than, probably the average person truly understands. John, thank you. Because I don't know if this is your normal space of presenting. It's clearly obvious that you are very analytical, and we appreciate the tag team. To my colleagues, do you have any other questions or comments? Yes.
This is the tip of the iceberg. There is volumes and volumes of analysis that backs this up. So I just wanted to show that this is really good presentation.
Mike.
The microphone.
This presentation was really.
Cut it on.
See, you gotta love Zoom. All you gotta do is hit unmute.
Just one final question. So, it's for the funding gap. Is it RHA's responsibility for solving that gap, or are we doing it in conjunction with the developer? And does everybody have skin in the game?
Can I try that first, please? Great question. That is a joint responsibility between RHA and developer, but I dare say also the city. We have had, Chair Jackson, I had a nice sit down with him, and he recognizes that he's not going to go to the city. You know what the city budget is right now. So what we're going to be doing is putting together a list of targets that we think can come in and fill those gaps. We will then do that with the city and the developer, and we're going to have to intentionally decide which ones we can go first, second, third, last, over a period of time. But we did talk with the mayor, so we're all on board with that. And quite frankly, what's your question? If RRHA was to go and make a pitch to, let's say it's 10 top investors we know to fill those gaps, it is less than, so that means they would step to the plate. It's it's less impressive if you don't have the city and developer saying, we're all on board. So we recognize that's an all hands on approach. It seemed pretty daunting, but this happens with, Mike Keller tell you, with developments all across the country. Obviously, we're going to have to come back into this board and give you all a list. And they're going to have a list. I'll give you an example. We had the AFL-CIO from DC. They flew in last year. They have what's called, as Mike Kelly knows, the HITS, HITTS. They flew in largely because they knew Mike Kelly, but I knew them from DC. And that HITS fund, I think it's about 100 million. And they said, listen, we want to come in. What's interesting, I told Commissioner Parker, which is an added benefit, not all investors who are looking to fill the gaps will fill this. They said they'll come in, particularly if it's right, and come in and give public housing residents free job training. And at the end of that job training, they would potentially give them a union credit. They will go forward. Now, there's some devils in the detail because they might require a lot of the labor is being done with union, but again, there's, it is going to be a joint effort.
Do we have any other questions? And if not, we can take an early lunch and continue to proceed. Any questions? Again, thank you, Jeff and John. an agenda change. While we are enjoying our lunch and conversation, we think that we could be a little more efficient. And at 1 o'clock, as opposed to 1:30, the board will move into a closed session, giving us a net of 30 minutes more to go home, right? While we are enjoying this, and definitely it has been put together very well, the level of data that is being communicated is great. Everything has been A+. And again, can I thank Stephen and his staff enough? But expect in the next 11 minutes, now 10, that we will transition into closed session. Thank you for your understanding.
Oh. That's the stuff you made, let me try last time. It was. You never tried it before. With what? You had it with something. And you were like, it's good. I said, I don't like that. It's just the king.
You don't like the sandwich? What you got? Oh, we all got rye bread.
I don't know what kind of bread it is.
Yeah, that's what it is, rye. I actually like rye bread. Man, I don't know what they do. So like the salad, like the Caesar salad, that normally comes with the dressing. Now I did ask for.
What type of salad? You put that 3 types of salad in.
It was just two. One with grilled chicken. Caesar salad with grilled chicken, and then I guess the garden salad with the steak. But I thought they was gonna put eggs in there.
Last time they took it, they had the dressing inside the bowl. They had to take it and put it on the top.
What, in the, oh, in December?
Yeah, they had a dressing instead of dip the spoon and put it over top of your salad.
That's the same thing. That's the same one you all use in December.
Okay.
I will have to step out the room.
We're gonna step out.
If they tell us to, they may not have you to step out. We just won't record. I don't know if they'll tell us all to go out. Cause
we on mute.
You've been part of that.
It's
Really sweet.
yeah, sessions on like
Yeah.
sessions. Yeah, get them.
I'll put some in the cup.
They may, you're right, they may need staff to help identify or the rest of us to answer the questions, right?
Yeah. Patrick showed me the baby. He said we was gonna show you the pictures.
Oh, I felt some type of way. I had that baby.
Cute little baby.
Go ahead and join the
Okay. You can come on in. It's not locked.
It's not locked, okay. And then I think I'll look for this upcoming.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring up the. That's where you are, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
He went to the funeral. And George did too. Sunday, I didn't even get into bed till after. Me too. Okay. When I got in the house, matter of fact, I had to stop and get the baby first. I stopped at Popeyes. I told her I was gonna grab me some chicken. I stopped at Popeyes. I picked her up. I had to get her together. I had to feed her. I ain't getting this. I ain't doze off. So I said no, no. Four. And my alarm went off. No, I said yes. Four. And as soon as it felt like I just laid there. Mm-hmm. And I think I must have hit the snooze button. And last night when I got home, I couldn't get in my back. Mm-hmm. It was so slippery.
You want me to put the candy trays on the table?
Mm-hmm.
That's pineapple. Can't put them down.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't get in, Sade. It was too slippery.
I know, when I came back right and I talked about it. I said, baby, be careful before you fall.
Mm-hmm. Look, I see the corner for the open door. Oh, you all right? Okay, you want me to go ahead and make? I'll start the recording once we. Oh, I mean, I can go ahead and
no?
Did Mrs. McCray come?
No, I don't think so. They shouldn't be in the room. I don't think. They need to be outside to make sure nobody wants
Mr. Carter, if you'll proceed.
Chair? Sir, is, Mr. Johnson on the line? Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Johnson? Okay, we're going to proceed. We're going to assume that he is with us. Perhaps maybe he went to the men's room or something along those lines, the bathroom. I would prefer, though, if we could find out if he's available. Does anyone have his number?
It was one at a time.
That's the second batch. That's the first batch.
Mr. Chair? All right, we'll go ahead.
Yes, sir.
All right. Here we have two motions. Actually, started out. I move that we go into closed meeting to consult with legal counsel regarding legal matters
concerning the provision of legal advice, specifically matters related to the disposition of publicly held real property and bond financing strategies as permitted by section 2.2, 3711, A8 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and that we go into closed meeting to discuss the disposition of publicly held real property in the city of Richmond, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect bargaining position or negotiating strategy of RRHA as permitted by section 2.2, 3711, A3 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. May I have a motion to approve, please? Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Hardeman. All right. We will go by roll call. Chairman Jackson. Aye. Commissioner Parker.
Aye.
Commissioner Pitchford. Commissioner Hardeman. Commissioner Elliott.
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Johnson. Okay. He's not available now, but we are in closed meeting right now. Hopefully, we are lawfully exempt requirements.
This conference will now be recorded.
Discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motions convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. May I get a motion? Moved by Mr. Elliott. Can I get a second? Second by Ms. Pitchford. All right. It is now 2 o'clock, and I will do the roll call. Mr. Elliott? Mr. Hardeman? Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Mr. Parker? Mr. Lewis? Ms. Pitchford? The ayes have it. We're out of closed meeting. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, are you on now?
We'll reconvene at 2:05.
Okay, because we have 2 lines for you.
True. Why don't you and I work on that together?
Okay.
I think I'll reach it.
Cranky, cranky.
First.
The problem is, he comes in, you know, you start asking questions.
Don't say, like we've done before. See, he can hear it. What we're gonna do, we did before. We need his vote, I'm gonna call him here. He's not living with us.
Most of us don't have to be that way.
Okay, that's fine. I got it here. We're gonna do what we did. No, I'm saying what we did last time. We put the microphone up and he can say what he wants. We've done that. You ready?
We did too. We did vote that. No, we did vote because we needed to, because we weren't sure. I don't know if we were, when we took the break beforehand, if we would cover both, so we went ahead. So we did. Just to protect.
You're gonna do both of them going back in?
Yeah. Just to protect.
Okay.
Can I ask you two something real quick?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying.
I got 3 hours sleep left. Oh, you're right. 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 I didn't leave the restaurant until, no, that's what I do. I do. Nope, nope, not at all. Hey, my man. Sure. Or acoustic. Hey, Mom. Or no, meanwhile.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
But T not working no more. Huh? The T not working no more. Stay out.
Why can't she get some healthy attention?
He talking about me now.
Her, why you leave? Go get some fruit.
I saw you too,
I do. No. I ate a flower and one egg. Now. You were talking bad about me. Sandwich and a salad. I forget, I got like 3 hours sleep. I look like it.
I got like we got like 3 hours of sleep too.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say something about it too. I'm gonna say something.
All right, isn't it funny how fast time flies? So, as we gather to take our seats and get started again, Attorney Carter, you will take us back in?
Yes, sir. Sir.
Everybody, Ms. Pitchford not back in the room.
Ms. Pitchford, folks, you around?
Oh, you feel it there? Yeah. Mike, know where they came from. You can't do that. Can they ask if any of the mics is going there? We had 7. Miss Sherelle, can you ask if any more mics going there? We change the batteries. Mics going there, we change the batteries. We did 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any mics that are near you that you would want to, that may be acting up or going dead, and you want us to check that, staff is happy to check and put in some new batteries.
Yes.
Just let us know or raise your hand. I'm going to ask now while we're waiting for your big, long inventory that you have. It's handed out to you. Inventory list.
All right. Excuse me, CEO. Excuse me. Bill, do you have Bill on?
Mr. Carter and Stephen are getting us all lined up again. Cannot echo this sentiment enough. Staff has done a marvelous job of creating the synergy, the content at which we need to discuss and have had good conversations centered around. So again, thank you to all of our team.
He is ready. Can you hear us? Mr. Johnson?
All right. Move that we go into closed meeting to discuss the disposition of publicly held real estate in the city of Richmond with discussion in an open meeting that adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of RRHA as permitted by section 2.23711A3 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And 2, I move that we go into closed meeting to consult with legal counsel regarding legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice, specifically matters related to the disposition of publicly held real property and bond financing strategies as permitted by section 2.23711A8 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Can I get a motion for approval, please? Mr. Parker, motion. Seconded by Mr. Elliott. Right. Our roll call. Mr. Johnson? Okay, great. Good. All right, then we have Mr. Elliott. All right. Mr. Jackson? Aye. Mr. Parker? Mr. Hardeman? Ms. Pittsford? All right, the ayes have it. We're in closed meeting. Thank you. Only public business.
This conference will now be
Open
recorded.
meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Motion for the certification. All right, Mr. Elliott. Seconded by Mr. Hardeman. All right, roll call. Mr. Elliott. Mr. Hardeman. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Johnson. Okay. All right, Mr. Parker. Ms. Pitchford. All right, we are out. Thank you. Mike.
Chair, I think in terms of the time, I'd like to recommend we have just a quick practice, because what this is about is looking at the internal capacity of the agency vis-a-vis the external circumstance, external pressures on us. And from that, we develop more specific, a framework for more specific planning by staff to look at, as we talked about earlier, specific goals, measurable goals, achievable goals based on resources, that are relevant to our mission, and they're time bound. Right? So how we get to that, the connectivity between the two, is going through an exercise that Ben has teed up here a little bit. We'll probably revisit our next retreat, but it's really looking. But I think it might be healthy to get into that. So spend 10 minutes or so. I think it would be out. Just to get a feel for what we're talking about. So it really is this is your exercise. So I think.
Second to the mic.
And sort of set up a framework for it. So if we can just quickly kind of do that, practice it, and we'll revisit it again when we get back in retreat.
Mike, I do have a question. What's the desired outcome of this activity we're about to participate?
Or well, it's one of which we want to look at again, back to the external pressure, internal capacity, getting your feedback, your feel about where we are in, based on your understanding of the agency, the kind of pressures we have, involved, and to use that as a framework for us to take back. I think we've already done one, this exact same exercise. We're going to try to do it with the residents as well. So this is kind of a practice, right, that we want to revisit. So is that clear about it?
Absolutely. I just, it's a little joke. How do you measure the untangible? That the exercise will not disclose or uncover.
Well, what I think it's going to be, there's going to be no value to it at this point. Ben is going to take down your thoughts.
Yeah.
And then we're going to just, roll up in a big ball.
Yeah.
And continue to use it for our communications with our staff.
Yes, sir.
Did I answer the question? Probably not. Let's just run through this thing and get a better.
Okay, so yes, this is 2 cube a half version of a SWOT. SWOT analysis. But we're setting it up so we think it's a bit more thoughtful. So what we want to do is ask these questions to you guys. You will thought based on the plethora of information you received today, not assuming that you processed it all, but you all have different and varying experiences in the community, your knowledge of where we are as an agency, what our challenges are, what our strengths are, what you understand our strengths to be, what your strengths are as a board, what you bring to the board that can help facilitate moving our strategic plan forward. So I'm just gonna let that sit for a minute, and then we'll walk through each question. And if you can provide any thoughts that you have, and again, we can revisit this. This is not don't consider this a pop quiz. You're not being graded on this at all. But given the day, just wanted to get some reflections from the board. Does that work? Okay. First question. What conditions are currently in our favor in your perception, given what you know about the agency, your tenure with the agency, what you hear in the community, your understanding? What are the conditions that are currently in our favor as an organization moving forward? commission meeting before, all of that. Yes, sir.
So pop quiz?
No pop quiz, no pop quiz, no answers wrong.
Well, I heard one of the things that talk about the conduit bonds is that the HDA does not handle certain bonds. So that's in our favor. And I think we should certainly see how we can capitalize.
Thank you. Any thoughts on that one? All right. What conditions need strengthening? As it relates to, yes, sir.
Overall, I think you need, to run the risk of wearing out your team, you need more help.
You just became my favorite chairperson. Jokes. Any other thoughts? Yes,
I'd like
sir.
to go back and say that I think tag is in our favor. I think I'm excited about the fact that we have tag on the team. I think it's valuable.
Thank you. Good resource that we have. Any other thoughts on either of these questions?
I think what's in our favor is the overall cohesion of the team. I think you all have more capacity than you originally may have realized. You continue to excel in things that the board has requested and things that are asked of you, indirectly. I think those are all favorable, tangible items.
So I'm gonna expand on that first question again. Based on what your awareness outside of the agency, in terms of things that you think are currently, I think you talked about the bond piece, but based on what's going on locally, is there anything you can think of that's in our favor as an agency?
Collaborative mindset and partnership with the city.
Same question related to conditions that need strengthening. So externally, conditions that may not be as favorable, that need strengthening, that are worth acknowledging.
Public image and perception as it pertains to our place in this partnership with the city. And to speak more clearly to that regard, I'm not in favor of some of what I have read. Probably tells me that it's the small things, but my job, my focus is, I think we need to continue to tell our story, which eliminates the potential opportunity for the city to swoop us up and deem us one of theirs and take away our authority to do what we do.
Controlling our narrative. Any other thoughts?
One other thing in our favor is we have a resourceful and knowledgeable, well-equipped staff. So I just think that that's just a super plus.
Let's jump to the next slide. So what external conditions could be leveraged? So we know what's going on outside of here. Talk a little bit about the external context as it relates to things that can be strengthened, things that are currently in our favor. Is there anything external to the agency that we may not be leveraging currently that you think that we could?
I don't think we're leveraging the amount of information that SIG has provided us. I think there's a perception that we mishandle or misappropriate dollars. And that may have been once upon a time, but I am a believer that we have a firm grasp on where we're going financially, and we understand the bumps in the road.
Any other thoughts? what external conditions concern you the most? You mentioned the piece about the city potentially sweeping us up, controlling our own narrative. Is there anything else externally that concerns the board? Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah,
Mike,
the thing is, concerned.
can you get a mic?
My assistant wasn't doing his job. The thing that concerns me is sometimes in the development environment, is the communication that may be conveyed. It's some choices of words like, and I know you gotta say them, but sometimes it's when you're living in somewhere that you have lived a long time, and then certain words like demolition, and it's not really resonating to the tenants as a access to their life. It might be access to our lives. So if you can do more, people that have been successful out other than tenant councils, not trying to put anybody down or anything, but other people that have been successful in these types of development, if we could hear more from them and hear how their lives was transformed more better, and we can start to see that. Like if my neighbor moved and she told me she got a voucher, and because we're gonna probably keep in touch, and how her life has evolved since that. That kind of information and that kind of communication needs to be more. It needs to be more, not just these people got their vouchers, these people moved, we hear nothing from them, and things of that nature. So we can hear more story, a successful story that people have transferred. I think that would be an access. What y'all do good is letting us know the information. You do good in getting that out. It's just sometimes the way it gets out.
So tapping into the experiences of residents or former residents, that current residents or that are going through similar things can relate to.
Not somebody who came to you 3 months and they gone. I'm talking about really live there a long time, and they have a story that you can do this. I'm not talking to you. I had 4 children. And I lived in public housing X amount of years, but I got out. That should be the thing. I got out. But yes, I had to struggle. Yes, I had to cut my budget. Yes, I had to do X amount of things. And yes, I'm still going through something, but I got out successfully. That should be the theme. I did it and I got out. And it should be somebody with some passion on it, and not coming so much from the tenant council or none of that. A resident, they're residents too, but a resident that had lived, struggled, and they got out. And then they can come back and convey that message. I got out. I'm struggling, but I got out.
That is a tool to our toolkit in terms of intentionally and effectively reaching residents. Got it.
I think also we can leverage our private-public partnerships.
Any other thoughts? Again, this isn't the end of it. We just wanted to give everyone an opportunity to just kind of maybe process a little bit all of the information that you've gotten today, and how we might look how that fits into this set of questions here, thinking of it in a different way. So with that, I'll close out this session. We're gonna shift into a wrap-up conclusion of the day's activities. But before we do that, is there anything else, Mr. Nesmith?
I think Chair's gonna close it out with,
I had one, but I did have, it's relatively housekeeping. It's relatively housekeeping. So, some of you may recall that we came to the governance committee meeting last month. The staff had put together a new schedule for our committee meetings. The thought being, is part of this comprehensive approach to improving the planning and the facilitation of board committee meetings, getting documents out earlier, making sure that the board has enough time to process, given the breadth and the significance of the decisions that you have to make, and just being transparent and intentional about what we do. So what we did was we presented a new schedule for the committee meetings. We are looking to have the committee meetings move to the last week of every month, as opposed to being the first week or two right before a board meeting. Example being, admin and finance usually happens 2 days, maybe a day before a full board meeting. And we typically have several resolutions that come out of there. It's not working. It's not working for you guys. It's not fair. So the thought is that we'll have committee meetings the last week of every month. Those committees that meet monthly will be in that last week every month. There are committees that meet quarterly, and there's one committee that meets every other month. We have admin and finance this month, and we have real estate this month. We're looking to roll out this new schedule this month. And so we've spoken to the chairs of both those committees. They are in agreement with this change. And so we won't have real estate next week, and we won't have admin and finance 2 days before the board meeting this month. They will both be the last week of the month, the 23rd and the 24th. The board will get notification of that. Unfortunately, work has to keep going on. In an ideal world, we would not have any resolutions for the February board meeting, but we do. Two in particular, one related to bond conduit financing. We know how important that is. And then one related to the Anna Julia Cooper transfer. If we could move it to March, we would, but we really do need to take care of both of those. So what will happen is the board will get copies of both those resolutions, maybe potentially one that's coming out of admin and finance, at least by the Friday before that Wednesday board meeting. So we have a weekend and a couple of days to review. And what will happen during the course of the board meeting, the deliberation will actually happen there. So there'll be the opportunity for robust discussion and questions being asked before we will look to have you vote on any business. Just want to say that before we walk out the door.
This month only, right?
Yes, sir.
what he meant by this month only, Commissioner Pitcher had a question. This month only, what he meant is this is the month that we'll start the new schedule, and then going forward. Yeah.
Can we give our team a round of applause? We have completed a very successful day. At least it feels successful. It sounded successful. With wax, looks, must be successful. 20 minutes to spare. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for all of the input. We heard from almost every person in this room in some way or another. And that is a great definition of teamwork. I hope my colleagues are satisfied with what we invested our time in today. And with that, Steve, this should come as no surprise. You have increased your capacity, and we know that there's much more to come. There's a lot on our plate, and we will continue to deliver. I feel like we are on a robust road, and we are driving this road with sport utility, all-terrain tires, and we are running over things that stands in our way. God's glory, I'm grateful. Thank you, sir, because you put up with a lot. I know that we are challenging. I know that I am a pusher, but again, you continue to show capacity, and we're going to continue to do what we do. Some of you may not be aware of the fact that a large part of our team still has to go home and work on an agreement with the city. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but it exists, and we will continue to do what we do. My hat is off to our chief of staff and all of us, the boss over here as well. My kids recognize Declan, like he's a part of the family, Dad. He just rolled up again, he out front. And so I'm encouraged, invigorated, and grateful. So let's continue to do what we do. This is part one. We will reconvene in another couple of months for part two. But I don't know that you truly recall, maybe 6 months ago, we were having some separate situations ongoing within our board. The community was pointing fingers at us, and a lot of things were happening that were out of our control. We have regained the control. We have assumed our own identity, and we will continue in that regard. And I'm thankful for this group of folks over here as well. Let's continue to be great. Have a great rest of your day.
Now, I don't know. They kept jumping back to the main screen. Yeah, I think that may have been somebody was messing with stuff that they didn't know. And we were changing it. And then we were making yeah, that they had a business. So once you take down the screen and the audio, we good to go in now?